might just disappear. This time I 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 might just disappear.
Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling alright. Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling alright. Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling alright. Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling alright. Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling alright. Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling alright. Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling alright. Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling alright. Everybody will be dancing tonight.
If you lose your way tonight, that's how you know the magic's right.
Doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling alright. Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling alright. Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling alright. Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling alright. Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be.
If you do it right, letting go all night, shadows on you break out into the light. If you do it right, letting go all night, shadows on you break out into the light. If you do it right, letting go all night, shadows on you break out into the light. Everybody will be right, letting go all night, shadows on you break out into
Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing, gonna feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing, gonna feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing, gonna feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing tonight, everybody will be dancing, gonna feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing tonight, doing it right. Everybody will be dancing, gonna feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing tonight, everybody will be dancing, gonna feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing tonight. If you lose your way tonight, that's how you know the magic's right.
Yo. How are we doing? All right. Let me get this going. Real quick, I'm just gonna make a mention. Something like this isn't really gonna be suitable for like throwing in an entire system, right? I would say if you were looking for a like a system console, that's gonna be a bit more involved. So I highly recommend before you submit, just make sure, hey, this is the kind of thing that we can go through, right? We want to make sure we get like a subclass, or if it's Vagabond, a class, or like, you know, something not crazy big, all that good stuff. Hey. So just make sure submission needs to be 1,000 words or less, right? Keep it TOS friendly, but don't kill the vibes. Hey, if something comes through and it's like, you know, hey, I'm not gonna pull this up. I'm not gonna pull up your work and go like, hey, yo, this thing is fucking stupid. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna pull some stuff up and just take a look and see like, hey, how are we addressing the mechanics and things like that, right? And in return, I definitely expect like, hey, people in chat, maybe someone pulls something up or whatever, and we get like, I don't know, something that's like, ooh, well, maybe that doesn't work out super well. We can discuss it. But what we're not gonna do is like, hey, we're not gonna do that, right? Yeah, I think we keep things cool and constructive. Yeah, last little bit, it's a consult, not a promo. Just make sure, like, you know, you're here because you want to get better. You want to improve, and you want to, like, you know, make your thing super cool. So that's what we're gonna try to do. Also, please be sure, hey, we're submitting it for what you know is a live stream. So just be aware, like, hey, we're gonna have this up here. If that makes you, you know, poop your pants in fear, don't worry too much, you know. This chat seems pretty nice. I think they're fairly nice. I haven't seen anyone get really upsetty spaghetti in chat, but, you know, that's, yeah. So, I think with that, I said 6:45. I don't know. It's gonna take a second. Things are gonna be filtering in. We'll get started. And let me see here. No, we're evil. Yeah. All right. Now let me start This would be... I think this is the Antiquary from Thama. For Vagabond, hey! You're trying to fix the layout, then you'll upload mine? Hell yeah. Alright, so let's take a look. Boom! Yo! And no, yeah, of course I'm wearing the same clothes that I was wearing in today's stream. Right, I know. Alright. Now! Antiquary. I need more music. I need... People are already making Vagabond classes. People were making classes whenever I first showed off the system, yeah. Like, it was happening almost instantly. It's been dope. Like, yeah. Let me get on, like, lo-fi here. Let me see. Why does that seem so quiet? That seems very, very, very quiet. Ooh! That's spooky. What is this? You've never seen this before? Oh, well, in that case, we can skip over it then. Alright. Let me... You got some ancient 5e homebrew you gotta dig around for then? Well, if you're not actively working on it, why submit it? Alright. Now, let's take a look. The Antiquary... We speak facts, not theory. Antiquaries are students of history interested in the physical evidence of the past, be it archaeologists, treasure seekers, or others with an interest in the past. The most defining thing making them stand out above excavators and grave robbers is their ability to connect with history of items beyond the capabilities of common people and unlock the arcane spark hidden within. Real quick, I love the look of Azul, the font that you chose. It's really close to the one that I was using for Ghostcrest Peak, which is one that Fernando Salvatierra was using, and I really loved it on his maps. It's called like Luminance or something like that. If I can remember, I don't know. Yeah, I really dig the look. It feels very clean. There's another font in the past called Optima that they both seem to be like children of, you know. Considering you homebrew to class yourself, you love to see Taron actually reading one on stream. Well, yeah, go for it. I've got the links and everything are up over in the Discord. Okay, so Constantine. You would call Constantine an antiquary? Sir Richard Colt Gere, or Hoare. Yeah, I don't know what I was reading there. Nerevarine from Morrowind. Fling Castrum from the Librarian. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if I totally get what the iconics are here. I'm just not familiar with much of anything here except for... I feel pretty familiar with Constantine. Do what? What? That's the thing, is I'm trying to like kind of get the idea. What? What? Yeah. That's, I guess they're like just they're really smart, like librarian types or something. But it's a class for Vagabond. And that's what I was like, what? So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, he feels more like a revelator. I'm like, yeah, like, all right. That was a suggestion based on the way the class feels. Okay. The Antiquary is a low defense jack of all trades, with their abilities allowing them to focus on ranged inward melee, with some support in spells and tools. Later, their flexibility is enhanced thanks to their reliquary feature. Okay, I would try real quick. I try to deliver whenever I'm writing the playing whatever. Can I disprove the allegations that I'm 3 goblins in a trench coat? Well, I'm not wearing a trench coat, but otherwise, no, I can't. You what? What? All right. So generally, whenever I'm writing these, I try to keep it down to like three, like you see like the 3 lines right here. I try to keep these super, super short, and I want to make sure that it's only really focused on delivering very cleanly what it's supposed to do in, like, what it's supposed to do in combat, right? Just like, boom, very, very clean. Neverine is the Morrowind player character. Seems like these iconics all use magic items like a lot. So, like, maybe Henry Dresden? Maybe? Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out the through line there. You had an old friend, an old bullet can ancestry provided that you revised a bit, but it was already consulted with. Or Harry Dresden? Wait, is it Harry or Henry Dresden? Harry Dresden? Dude, there's so many characters. Okay. Now I try to keep this pretty short, right? I like to deliver the punch, and typically whenever I'm doing the iconics, like, I'm trying to find stuff that I know hits a couple different types of pop culture mediums, right? So, like, Aang from the Avatar: The Last Airbender. If I do this, I try to make sure that that's, like, the only cartoon character I have, right? Elsa from Frozen. Okay, animated big Disney character, movie character, I kind of assume, right? Not really, I don't really consider that too much of a cartoon, per se. Ganondorf from The Legend of Zelda. Video game rep. Alright, cool. We don't mention another video game rep. Storm from X-Men. Comic book rep, right? Boom. We've got those 4 handled. Let's go over and look at the Rogue. Locke Lamora. Okay, that is a... Yeah, literary. Thank you. Jeez, I don't know. I'm fucking stupid. Nona Gray, Book of the Ancestor. That is literary. Vin from Mistborn is also literary. I would love to figure out another rogue to add in here. Because I feel like if I were to remove one, it might be like Locke Lamora. Nona Gray is kind of getting... I also think that Vin might be able to get pulled from there, but like Nona Gray seems like the iconic in here recently. Okay, so Luke Skywalker from Star Wars. Feels like sci-fi movie rep, right? What? Oh yeah, Robin Hood. Yeah. I guess that's right. Michael Carpenter from the Dresden Files, literary. Wonder Woman, comics, right? That, yeah. Haven't consumed much media, so it's hurting me a bit. Yeah, I would try to make sure, like, maybe look at TV tropes and see, you know, like, I see, maybe could you find some other, like, characters that kind of hit the archetype you're going for there. Familiarity with, like, the different inspirations for the source material, like, you know what I mean? Like, familiarity for the inspirations for your material is going to be the thing that helps to deliver to people what is the idea of it, right? How do you get this across to somebody? This does more work than, like, the iconics thing. I have seen other people in the industry, since I started putting this in my books, I've seen other games are now starting to pick up and do this too. I'm like, sweet. I cannot think of anybody else that was doing this before I did, so I'm going to take that as my goddamn credit right there, right? So, iconic pugilist, right? Rocky Balboa, movie. Joe from Megalobox, anime, right? Hellboy, comic books. Stephen Hermetic from Redwall, literary. Tifa Lockhart from Final Fantasy VII, video games. Boom, right? Constantine replaced Indiana Jones. What? Corvo Atana will work great for a rogue. Oh, wait, one of the main characters from Assassin's Creed work for rogue video game rep? Maybe. Yeah, I need to swap something out. It's been a minute since I actually did the iconics for the rogue. Inigo Montoya from Princess Bride would also work as a rogue. I can see that, yeah. I need to watch that movie again. I haven't seen it in like 15 years. I'm not watching it with you. You used to have Indiana Jones there prior to Constantine, but I think you're going to reduce the amount of iconics to just 3. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, reducing it to 3 or like, yeah, do your thing. You know. I would try to keep this, do the punch of, like, this just needs to be what is their core combat loop. What are they doing with their action? What is their zone? Summarize it and move forward. You don't really need to get too in-depth here. I like with Vagabond, it is, I want someone to know how to play a class from the minute they open the page. Within 2 minutes, they know exactly what they're going to do. Like, straight up. They know their entire class features. Boom. Immediately. Cicero from Shakespeare. I am not familiar with Cicero. I'm actually just straight up not really familiar with too much Shakespeare, but yeah. What? I don't know, but if we keep doing this where we're yelling across the house, stream is gonna just fucking love that. Let me see here. Okay, so you're giving them Arcana and Craft at first level. So I'm going to tell you right now, based off of what I've seen kind of from some other homebrews and stuff, I'm assuming I can predict this is going to go in the... This seems like a really common thing that people are doing with homebrew mages in Vagabond, and that is making it an expert mage. So it's kind of going to be the rogue-ish wizard kind of blend. I think once I did that with Wizard, that got a lot of people like interested in that kind of an archetype. I am thinking I need to reel this back a little bit. But generally this is fine. You're doing, yeah, weapons, yeah. Mythkeeper Psychometry, Historian, Reliquary, Esoterica, Malefice, Relic of Myth. Okay. So they're going to be getting a spellcasting feature that looks like... I'm trying to see how this mana is scaling. Is it 2? It's not 2 per level. Oh. Wait, you submitted it. Now you're changing shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, you'll see. There's an error. I always love that. It's like, we'll get on a consult and someone's like, yes, here you go. Let's check this thing out. Ah, shit, I gotta edit it while he's got it on live stream. Fuck! Alright. You can't cast without a trinket. So, no matter what, they have to have a trinket in hand. You might say you can't cast spells from this feature without a trinket. Just, yeah. That is so relatable. Dude, yeah. Everybody does it. Whenever they submit to me a Google Doc, everybody's going to be submitting stuff. And I really have to watch out because sometimes you all might just like type stuff I don't know is happening on screen. So, anyways, with Mythkeeper, you can cast spells using craft. You can't cast without a trinket. Your maximum mana is equal to currently bound items times half your Antiquary level round up, and the highest amount of mana. Okay, so your maximum mana is equal to the currently bound items times half your Antiquary level. Okay, round up. So 3 max times half your Antiquary level. Wow, this song is... I know it's... Okay, thank God it's almost over. It's definitely over now. Christ, it was like the Bowser theme, but it was just repeating that same fucking arpeggio over and over and over again. Okay. I would need to kind of figure out how that feels. Currently bound items times half your Antiquary level round up, and the highest amount of mana you can spend to cast a spell is equal to Logic plus half your Antiquary level round up. Logic plus, okay. You regain mana when you res, and your party loots treasure worth 10 gold or more. Okay. Or your party loots treasure worth 10 gold or more. I have thought about really cute triggers like this in the past. The reason why I kind of stopped implementing them like this was because, like, I can already tell someone's going to try to be a douche at the table and just be like, I put 10 gold in this chest. And I'm going to open it again. And, like, yeah, of course, you can say, okay, well, knock that shit out. Like, that's not what this is supposed to do. This is supposed to be giving you a thematic kind of refresh on something. But, yeah. So, you might say your party discovers a relic. Maybe. Like, that could be a thing. So, max of, like, 15 mana. So 3 times half your Antiquary level. If you're bound to all 3. When you perform the binding ritual, you can be bound to any item. Okay, so you can just get the 3 right here. So you can like literally just bind to your backpack. It doesn't require it. You can attack with weapons you're bound to using your craft. When you become bound to an item that contains a spell, you treat the spell as known by you and can cast it as normal. You can become bound to one additional item and can become bound to one other item every 2 Antiquary levels hereafter, up to a maximum of 8 bound items. Okay, so the way I see it right now is, number one, I like this idea. I like this idea, but the problem is I feel like... okay, so I feel like there is... How do I put this? I feel like somebody just threw somebody just threw a sword in the air and someone's got to catch it, right? We're talking about juggled chainsaw. And I don't know where I would pinpoint where it feels like that's happening. I think at the moment, your maximum mana being equal to that. Look, I think that right here, this is already really, really good. Your maximum mana being as high as like 50. No, wait. Oh, wait. Crap. Hang on. 3 times your Antiquary, times half your Antiquary. Oh. Wait. No, yeah. You did the math on this right. Hang on. I read that wrong. Currently bound items, so you can bind to 3 times half your Antiquary level. So now we're talking about 3 mana right here, max. I don't know how I was reading that. Okay, hang on. Okay, I like this right here. I like this as an idea right here. That's definitely a unique way to do, like, if we were going to make an artificer for Vagabond, I feel like this would be de facto the way that they would be getting their Gish stuff. That is a very, very interesting mechanic. Yeah, I like that a lot. I think that that's really, really smart. You get 1 extra bound item. Oh, you're right. Yep, you're right. Hey, what up, Evan? You might pull back how much mana they get. Honestly, no, like this is. I'm actually more surprised by how well that actually worked out. I had a misunderstanding for how the math was working out. No, I like that. I like that. And this looks like a potential for your max mana, not your actual max mana. So that's not max mana as set by the class. This is... Okay, hang on. Okay. I like this idea. I do. On first blush, it felt a little bit like... I was thinking this was like 15 or something like that. And no, I was dumb and not reading it right. Okay. So... up to 8 spells or 8 cool items you bind to. So here's one of the questions I've kind of got. Whenever it contains a spell. So my question here is, I mean, essentially I'm looking at this as you bind to a spell scroll, right? Like that, which is cool. I like the idea. You bind to a spell scroll and you can like get the spell known. Stay full, but totally bring it over. You got ready. You immediately got scolded for it. Yeah, I do not recommend anybody goes and submits their stuff to Reddit if you're looking for help in growing. Spell scrolls and spell books are intended to be used like that. Okay. And you can cast it as normal. Yeah. You can become bound to 1 additional item. Okay. If I was to say... the only thing that I'm immediately like first blush... the thing that I am like first blush looking at and thinking like... I think maybe because Vagabond is trying to kind of cut back a bit on like feature bloat, one of the things I think you could do right here. The purpose in history. Okay, yeah, this is flavor. I'll get to this here in a second. One of the things I think you might be able to do right here is move this. You might be able to pull this out into something at second level. Every 2 Antiquary levels hereafter. Yeah, so the way that the math would work out is you give it to him at second level and say you can bind to one additional, or you can bind yourself to a number of additional items equal to your Antiquary level round down. You could say up to a maximum of 8 right in there, but like if it's going to continue to scale like everybody else continues to scale, you might as well. Do I personally think it would be all that insane if they just continued to be able to bind themselves to these? Not really. I think like if there was going to be an artificer for Vagabond, it would probably do something similar. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, Bifey. I think that it could be its own. I think that could be its own feature. It scales exponentially, TBH. It scales exponentially. To bind like up into infinite. Like, if that's the case, then this probably should not be multiplicative right here, right? Like, could there possibly be another way to do this to where this is not the thing? What I would recommend, here's the deal. You're giving them this as a thing that feels like maybe the equation is tied into the thematic of like, okay, the bound items. But like, why is that necessary? If the worry is the fact that it's so exponential. Wow. The scaling is so exponential. Get rid of the exponential scaling right here. Just make it to where they get their mana just like everybody else, you know? They derive their magic from their bound items. Well, sure, but like, I mean, I still think that you get the flavor across by still just giving them regular mana scaling, you know? You pity the dude that attempts to steal his dude's antique shop. Originally, you got mana equal to bound items times 5. Well, but that's the deal is, like, if it's causing this little bit of a, like, oof, where we're like, you know? Or what if how about this? Instead of, if that's the way that you want to do it, instead of it being your number of currently bound items, you just say the number of items you could bind to. And you can get, like, you see what I mean? Like, maybe thinking about it a different way as to how that number could come from. No way, it was, you got mana equal to bound items times 5. Remember, it was level plus bound items. The way that binding, the way the binding feels almost, yeah, I mean, it is attunement from 5e. I was just trying to make it, like, something that allowed you to swap the items a lot faster, yeah. So up to 15 mana with my previous setup, where they got extra bound item every 4 levels. 15 mana max? But that's the deal, is like, I wouldn't get too hung up on the idea that, like, this is the way that it has to work for you, right? If they're a spellcaster, kind of let it be a spellcaster. You know, I think that maybe we have these cute ideas that we go, yeah, I want this to work. And this is like, but to me, the number one advice I tell everybody, kill your darlings. Kill your darlings. If the simpler thing for this is going to be that it does regular mana scaling, and yet you can make everything else function well, and you don't have to worry about this juggled chainsaw, I will tell you right now, if you have exponential scaling in anything, it's going to be worrisome in any game that can scale into infinite, right? Hard to do, but yes. Yeah. Dude, like, I mean, legit. Best thing I can recommend for people is, like, get used to killing ideas you thought were once great. I think regular halfcaster mana scaling would be better. Yeah, like, I would go for something like that. It feels like this wants to be a gish, you know? I like a lot of the ideas that are in here. This is smart. Right here. This is super smart. This is super smart. I even think one of the things you could do is as a part of the binding ritual to that item, you can imbue it with a spell. And like, that spell remains... That could be something. I'm trying to think of what that could be. I've had Artificer on the brain ever since I was doing the... Ever since I was doing that revision, I was just like, this class makes so much more sense in systems that don't have subclasses. Could do you half casting mana, but give the feature later that gives you bonus mana equal to the items you have bound? Maybe. But like, we haven't really moved forward, right? We're just kind of looking at the first level right now. So like, without seeing the whole package, I'm kind of, you know, we just saw the tip, right? Yeah. All right. Whenever I hear you laugh in the other room, I'm like, all right, yeah, that joke hit. All right, so you gain the archaeologist perk. Okay. Whenever you perform the binding ritual, you learn the purpose and history of the items you bind to. So let me talk about this real quick. In writing features for Vagabond, one of the things I try to remember is that I try to make this class geared for solo, co-op, or guided play, right? This is very strictly a guided play thing, where the DM is hiding information away about the purpose and history of this item. Here's my thing. If players are interested in that, I tell them. I don't hide that info away unless it's like something that is a linchpin for a key thing for the whatever. There's a mysterious item. Okay, well, what is it? You guys have no idea. Okay, well, what if I make a check for it? What would you be doing? Would you suddenly be researching to see if you recall? No, you have no idea. This is a mysterious artifact. Get used to it, right? There's going to be questions. That's part of the fun, you know. If part of the concern is like, I don't want to attune to it because what if it's cursed? Good! Danger is present. Woo! Right? Let me check the archaeologist perk again. It's basically that, you learn if the item is cursed whenever you appraise it. And, God, what was it? Yar, now you're making me think. Why did I say that like a pirate? I had no... Am I okay? You are? Checks and saves you make against traps have favor, and if you're subjected to a curse, you can make a will save to instantly break the curse's hold on you. Yeah, okay. It ate the thing this originally had, the saves and whatnots. Originally, the psychometry feature had the saves as well. Here's what I would say. Here, take a look at this. So this is one that I just wrote. I've only shown this in the Vagabond Discord. Here you go. Yada-da-da. Here's what I would say. I am starting to write features now for Vagabond classes that are just straight up giving you the perk. If the other stuff is good enough, I try to just give you the perk, and that's fine. If it doesn't have like the unique use, that's also okay. If it's thematic and it hits really well, I try to just give you the perk. Especially because this perk right here has a requirement of a Logica 17 or Logica 17, right? The maximum score for there. Now, what this means is because I give it to you in the class, you don't have to have a Logica 17, which works out really well for the Mystic because they really like awareness anyways, right? So they get Telepath incredibly early. A feature that just goes, you stink. Maybe. So I like, you can absolutely go for just, boom, you gain the Telepath perk, right? You gotta make a zine for some Vagabond classes you've been working on. Here's the really cool thing about zines, man. You can publish these for dirt cheap. I'll just tell you right now, like, I love the fact that I can sell my work for $10 and this thing cost me like $3 to make, right? Or if I go get a huge print run of them going, it's even cheaper, right? Like, I love the zine format. I don't have to think super hard and, like, work on a big megatome like we usually had to on the DM's Guild. Oh, dude. I prefer this format any day of the week. This is... I love writing zines. And big thanks to JP Kubert for kind of walking me through the process, man. So I'm trying to do stuff like that. And yeah, again, this one is not done. But this is one that I'm kind of doing as a fun little like homage over to Triangle Agency. Plus I just played Control the other day, and holy shit, it just immediately I was like, yep, I know what we need to do for the psionic like stuff in Vagabond now. So yeah, zines are so fucking good. It also good for people who can afford it. Yep. I think as we are getting closer to a period of recession, as tariffs are going to be a thing, if they are a thing, right? If tariffs become a thing, y'all better get very used to developing zines and finding American manufacturing, because the next 4 years are going to be pretty rough, unless we're really starting to cut back costs on TTRPG products. We have been way overspending because we were able to rely on like Chinese manufacturing to make stuff really, really cheap. That will not be the case if tariffs go through. So, yeah. Fun to make, hell to fold. What? Oh, zines? Really? You feel the same way about Ghost of Tsushima and Final Fantasy VII. As soon as I saw the materia and ghost weapons, I knew what kinds of items I wanted to make for players. And yeah, the materia, materia is, in my opinion, probably the best magic system of any video game I've ever seen. I would almost say that materia is the best magic system of any like fantasy I've ever read or anything, or fantasy I've ever seen, if Mistborn's Allomancy didn't exist. Allomancy is like hands down the coolest magic system you will ever read. Ever read. Okay, so, but basically I was just trying to pull this up to give an example here, and then chat gets me on ADHD, and, you know, yeah. So, going back over to this. Ooh, where are we going? Here we go. Yeah, you can make a zine out of a single paper, 8-fold zine. That's how cheap and easy they are to make. You can, yeah, the 8-fold, I've seen the 8-fold thing, and I think it's dope. There's like a specific kind of a cut for this. But yeah, you can make a book out of like an 8-fold piece of paper. I have a format of the classes for Vagabond that are 8-fold zines like that. And I think there was a time where I actually had an 8-fold zine version of Ruinous League. There we go. But yeah, that's another format I'd love to kind of take another look at. Okay, so you could just get them the Archaeologist perk, and the Archaeologist perk is already really, really good. Even better here because their key stat is Logic. And if I remember right, Archaeologists wanted... Oh, no, okay, so it's got Logic right there. Okay. So they'll probably already qualify for this. Which it feels like it's fine, it's thematic, it's the hit. However, unless that is specific to a thing you want them to do, like a playstyle thing, I might recommend trying to find something that they probably won't have the stat investment for, and trying to pack that into here. Also, psychometry, what is that? Wait, it'd be really dope if you open up, there would be full art inside. Oh, like an 8-fold? Yeah, so the way that I kind of think about getting you a perk in Vagabond is I think that these features are really, really cool if we get you the perk and you don't necessarily always qualify for it, right? Is psychometry a Star Wars power? I don't... the paranormal ability to discover information about an object's past, and especially about past owners, merely by handling it. Interesting! That is super cool. Here, I'll show you. So... I think it was... Yeah, Rogue, they get resourceful. They might not really qualify for this, right? Because their stats are most likely going to be going into dexterity or awareness. And if I remember right, I thought resourceful was a luck-based thing. But if I go up into over here for merchant, right? You gain the Deft Hands perk. Okay, well, merchant is most likely investing into logic or presence, not necessarily dexterity. So this allows them to get this without the dex investment, and allows them to take the use action by skipping their move, right? Like, that's a part of the deal right there, right? Wait, what's the main character of Chew again? They got that thing? Of Chew. Main character of Chew? I've never heard of that before. Same thing with the Alchemist, right? They get Deft Hands, despite the fact that their key stat is most likely going to be Logic, and as a result, they're able to get this without the dex investment, right? That's where I really like to give them these perks that do that. To be fair, Deft Hands would be the other pick for it, but like they used to have the whole avoid traps thing, and then it got eaten by the archaeologist perk. I mean, you could like, so it sounds like you really want to make a delver like this. Like it already sounded, you know, I want to make something like Indiana Jones. I would venture to guess Indiana Jones is pretty much already occupied by the rogue. Like, if I'm thinking about, like, what archetype I would fit Indiana Jones in the classic, like, fighter, thief, wizard, cleric, like, lineup, he's going in thief. So, I think if the focus is, like, I'm gonna make an archaeologist, but also give it spellcasting, it sounds like you really want to make an artificer. Like, it sounds like that nugget of the idea is definitely there. Which is why this class evolved to focus on magic items. Okay, so I would say, instead of thinking that... Sorry about that flashbang. Jesus, that got me too. I would say try to lean in on that more. You know? Don't worry so much about, like, hitting the Indiana Jones inspiration. It sounds like you really want to make this a... It says low defense jack of all trades. I would, yeah. But it doesn't have crafting? You didn't you give it? Yeah, you got it craft right here. So, like, I mean, if they wanted to play it as a craftsman, it feels like they could, you know? You're giving them the option to, like, bind to this stuff up in here. So, I feel like it would be, like, people would probably assume that that's a thing that they would want to do, you know? Yeah, because that's your phrase skill. Yeah, but, I mean... So, it sounds like you really want people to go with a particular type of character with this. And what I try to do is I try to make it more of like a generality for the archetype, right? So, as of right now, this still feels really specific, and I try to get a bit more general, right? I think that what you have here are some mechanics that would do really well as the core for an artificer, like, you know, kind of a class. But with this being a thing where it's like, well, you're an items-based thing, but you're not a craftsman, right? It's just like you're really good at appraising things. Okay, well, we have the merchant now, right? And we have the... I mean, yeah, the alchemist is a crafter, but yeah. It's going to be quite funny when you get to level 4. You gain a study die when your party loses treasure worth at least 25 gold. I would push you. I would push this towards when your party discovers a relic. Just as a thought there. Additionally, you can spend one of your studied dice and add it to a damage roll. You do with an item to which you're bound. Reliquary. When you bind an item that you can choose to give it a non-fabled relic power with a value equal to your Antiquary level times 125 gold to turn it into your reliquary, a fabled relic. You can only use it. Wait, only you can use it. Wow, and only one item can have this power. It loses this power when you break the bind or apply this feature to a different item. Okay. I really think you want to make an artificer. You hate it's the appraise skill. It's gonna be quite. Because like this, I think that this could work for you as something that would be like a replicate magic items kind of a thing. I mean, at least that's the vibe I keep getting from it as I keep moving forward. You can perform the binding ritual using the use action. Oof. Okay, that's really good. You don't want it to be an artificer? What, you just don't like the name? I mean, if you don't like the name, you don't have to call it an artificer. But, I mean, like, by all intents and purposes, you're making an artificer here, is what's good. Like, you know, I could paint a cow brown and put a long flowing mane on it. That doesn't make it a horse, you know? Because, like, you want it to be a hunter of magic items, like everything, or Skyrim character? Yeah, so, like, but that's the thing, is you're thinking too specific. And I would encourage you to, like, kind of open your mind up about what this could be to other people, right? So, like, the loadout that you're giving them is feeling very artificer. And like, I don't really think there's a reason to be hung up on what, like, okay, well, I don't want it to be that, right? Because what it feels like right now is that this is a items-based magic user. It's an items-based magic user. Okay, so, like, if we get into that territory, right? It is an items-based magic user. It might as well be synonymous with artificer. And that's okay. Like, it's fine. But, like, the thematic of, like, I want this to be this very specific thing of, like, this is a hunter of magic items, like, this or this. Well, okay, but, like, artificers are that too, you know? You don't think guy who hoards magic items is really broad enough to apply to a ton of different character archetypes? Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. And I think getting it kind of hung up on that's the very specific thing you want it to be would ultimately just hold you back, you know? Because this is essentially replicate magic item right here. And I think that this is pretty decent at handling it. This is a lot of money. This is pretty good. I would need to go through magic item prices. Hang on. The relic list. It is pretty good. 4 times 125, so it starts out with 500. This is getting you water walk, web walk. Yeah. Where can be hindered on saves against the being type. Yeah, okay. Specific. You could get echolocation. You could get dark sight. But it's only with that one. This is why I love the fact that I actually put the prices on here. Now this actually feels like we have scaling we can base off of gold cost. Yeah, I'm very, very happy with that. +1 armor, +1 trinket, +1 weapon. Whenever you're at 10th level, you can get them a +2 weapon. I like the math on that a lot. Yeah, I like the math on that. A lot. It does not function without the money. It does not function without the money. And pretty much all that until level... Wait, what? Only... It does not function without the money. What? Hang on, I was... Bind to an item and give it a non-payable relic power of a value to turn it to your reliquary. Wait. It does not function without the money? Huh? What? Wait, what? I meant it does not function without it being 125 gold. It does not function. Some folks are worried about it being too much. Well, and see that. Okay, so the things that it was giving it is fine. Like these are pretty small powers. This is good. At 4th level, this is fine. In fact, I would say that at this level, characters are probably already getting comparable magic items at like 2nd level. Man, I really did just make Artificer, but like selfish. Hey, it's okay, brother. All right, that's fine. Like you made a thing. All right, like it's all good. You know, it's the first step is acceptance, right? That's why. Is that how it goes? Is it acceptance or anger? I don't know. Whatever it is, the steps. Is it grief? Is that it? Is denial the first one? That makes sense. We are on that path. Oh, okay. Even chat's saying it was denial. All right. So see, we're making it through there. So now I think we've hit acceptance. Acceptance is the last one? You fucking speed ran grief, my dude. All right. So congratulations. All right. So we're over here at Malefice. You're not permanently bound by curses when you know your psychometry feature to study an item. You know which curses it has, if any. Ooh. Yeah, skip from denial straight to acceptance. Yeah. See, here's the thing. This is really, really specific, right? This is really specific. And I think that this is honestly weak enough to where, like, this could have just been a part of something earlier on. And in fact, hang on. Just to let you know, I am pretty sure this is redundant, right? Yeah, if you're subjected to a curse, you can... Oh! Okay, that's right. We made it a little bit weaker. But this is the moment you're subjected to a curse, you can make the will save. Not afterwards. And this is to all curses. Okay. You know which curses it has, if any. Okay, so that does cover a different territory. Guy, even think that honestly that could have been part of the 6th level. This is okay. But I'm not really blown away by it right now. You do have scaling continuing to happen right here. But I think the difference between you having 500 gold and you having 1,000 gold isn't crazy. It's whenever you get up to the like 125 or 1,250. Oh wait, what? Your reliquary? All right, hang on. You love how split everyone is? How split everyone is? Wait, I only see like You talking in chat. Getting Warehouse 13 agent vibes? Wait, what? I don't see anybody debating it. What's going on with it? I think this is fine. Well, okay, hang on, let me backtrack on that. I think that this is super fine. I think once you get up here and it becomes 5,000 gold, we're talking about a different ball game. So at that point we're talking about 5,000, right? Yeah, it sheds sunlight out to near. Yeah, darkness 3, not really too much. Skip move to become invisible until after it takes an action it's fun. Ooh, that's quite good. You can get the monosteel. You can make it a +3 weapon. I'm not as worried about +3 to Vagabond as I am to it in D&D because it's not a bonus to the attack check. You can make one suit of +2 armor. I am way less worried about that than I was at first blush. You can get a +15 feet speed bonus. You know? Yeah. I don't have a problem with it. As a capstone feature? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can breathe water. The strength of it is getting a +3. That's really, really good. You need to research. Hey, it shows, you know? I think that this is about... This feels like this is about 80 to 90% of the way there. You have interesting ideas that are going on with the way that the binding ritual is supposed to work in here, and how that eventually becomes a thing that you can just do as the use action, right? I'm glad that you accepted that you basically made an artificer, because you basically made an artificer, and that's an okay thing. We didn't really have that rep in Vagabond, so there you go. Yeah, we've already kind of talked about this. I think that the scaling here should just be kind of a standard deal rather than this exponential kind of a thing. You can't cast without a trinket is fun. But like you have the trinket. This is a thing that's here and then it doesn't really kind of come into play anywhere. Maybe like you can cast with or yeah, you can use a bound item as a trinket. Might be a thing, you know. Might make the previous part of the level 10 feature not apply to the reliquary. You treat relic powers as being one tier higher, even if it has the highest tier. Items without tiered power. Oh, okay, wait, so by tier, do you mean like a rank, like a bonus? So like a +3 item becomes a +4? Is that kind of what you're talking about? Rank. Okay. So yeah, we're talking about like something that has a numerical bonus like that, right? Oh, like speed 3 becomes speed 4? Oh. Gotcha. Yeah, so we don't really have that all written in as something that would go exponential. I hadn't really thought about it as rank, I don't think. Or maybe I did and I just forgot about that. Oh shit, I need to make sure that this has a... We need to get that moved over here. That's a subheader. You know, the fun thing has been... Nobody has talked about the ace powers. And like this to me, once this clicked, I was like, dude, wait, this can make a lot of relics super interesting and modular here. And like, we can throw that in as a not expensive perk on top of it. And this makes so many of the weapons feel weird. And I love this. But that was the thing, is like, I wrote all of these and like nobody said anything. I was like, really? What? They're very new, but they're great for Antiquary. That's the thing, is like, these are strong. Like, Keen Ace, you crit on attack checks 2 lower rather than 1 lower. This is immediately going on a magical sniper rifle. Just saying. Entangle, it's also vulnerable for ending the restrain status. You know, but Cleave can deal its full damage to 2 targets. Woo! You know, yeah, thrown deals an extra die of damage whenever you're throwing it. Yeah. I thought that these were actually really good. Deals an extra die of damage from the brutal property. So now we make a magic shotgun that is suddenly dealing 4 extra damage dice from the brutal property. How does that work with spend to win? I mean, okay, so the way that this full damage to 2 targets, and then you go over to spend to win. Spin to win. When you attack with a melee cleave weapon, you can deal half its damage to any viable targets rather than just one being. I mean, it says that you do full damage to 2 targets instead of, yeah. You never even knew those until now. Those are really cool upgrades. Yeah, yeah. That's the thing, is like nobody mentioned it, and I was like, all right, I put these out there. Any feedback? Nobody said anything, and I was like, oh, because these are really good properties, and like nobody said dick. I did not advertise them, man. There were like, I had like 8 pages of patch notes for this last thing. Like, oh man. Okay, so basically, like, yeah, I think that this reliquary, or Antiquary, there we go. I think that this Antiquary has a lot of good stuff going on for it. I think that there's mechanical, like, nuggets of gold throughout this thing. You know, I was talking about the mathematic kind of oddities in here to me. I even think that this could have kicked on binding to another object, as it's kind of thematic in psychometry, even to like you get the archaeologist perk and then get you the consistent oomph and how many items you can bind to. You might even be able to do like you get the archaeologist perk and then move artifact keeper into here, move psychometry up above myth keeper, and that way they see the process of like how they go about, here's how I can bind to more magic items, and then boom, here's how the spellcasting is going to work, right? What would you say would make it less artificer and more like the thing you're aiming for, aka relic magic man? You keep saying words that mean artificer. Like, that's the thing. You like, and that's fine. It's okay to just like, it's okay to just want to, like, if you want to make an artificer, that's all good. But you seem to only not like the idea that it is a craftsman, right? So like, if you have the more specific you keep getting into, artificer means relic crafter man. Yeah. I mean, sure, but like, I wouldn't get too hung up on that. You've got a thing that works for you, you know? As far as what would do the other thing, my advice on the console would be like, just embrace the fact that like you got a good artificer loadout going for you. I mean, otherwise I would check back on the VOD to see the other advice I would kind of give about these. I would again push this towards, like I said, being probably closer to relics. I know what this wants to do. I've tried writing features like this. Inevitably, I always get someone that comes back to me just like, hey, this feature right here is the kind of thing that I have a dipshit player who's like trying to use this in a certain way because they watched a video on YouTube that told them XYZ thing. And I'm like, okay, well, yeah. You also feel like a lot of this class can be made into perks, but you can't. That is, you can say that literally about anything in Vagabond. A lot of this class can be turned into perks. Okay, so could anything. Like, you know, people call it artificers, ignore them, but they can think what they want. Yeah, and that's fine. Like, if it bothers you about, like, yeah, but it's not that name. My advice is just to not let it bother you. It doesn't affect you. So, like, they're going to call it what they want to call it, and just, you know, kick back, smoke them if you got them kind of thing, you know? I hope that was helpful. Like I said, I think there's a lot of really smart ideas going on in here, and this is, I think, the best I have seen handled the idea of a class that does relic power value, like, baked into the class. I really dig this. I really, really dig this. You kind of miss the subclass days? Holy shit, I don't. No. Alright. What do we got next? The Demiurge. How busy did the consult stream one get? There we go. Alright. Base class is about 2,000 words for this. We're going to skip it. Thank you, Jarlix. But I'll take a look at the first 3 levels and then we'll look at some stuff on that. Yeah. Subclass is gone from Vagabond? Yeah, this is a full class right here. I don't see any subclasses on here. Woo! I cut subclasses in, I don't know. I think Hisky might be in chat. Hisky, when did I cut subclasses? That was like March? Was that February? When did I cut subclasses? Just trying to remember. A little later. Basically, cutting subclasses is the thing that made Vagabond fucking sing. It went from character sheets being really bloated. It was at least 8 months ago. Thank you. Character sheets were looking super bloated, and it was a lot of features that, and this is the thing that I recognized about me not liking the way that 5e kind of writes stuff, is that character sheets tended to have features that were like, once you use this thing, this part of your character sheet is fucking wasted, right? So I was just like, I hated writing features that required a resource for you to track, and it consistently happened to be like, wait, it's 4 a.m. here, you're not in the chat, you're asleep. Oh shit. Well, fuck, wait, Hisky. Alright, if you're here, hang on, are you here and you're wanting to stay up because you want me to check this thing out, or do you want to just watch the VOD and you go to sleep? You tell me, because I'll move you up since you're over in, you know, the place where I think trolls come from. Not restricting spells and perks being accessible makes subclasses redundant. Yep, bingo bango. The removal of subclasses made the archetypes a whole sing so much stronger. Hunter in particular worked so much better when it wasn't trying to carry so many other archetypes into it. Yeah, exactly. Vagabond sleeping aid win. You'll watch the VOD. Okay, cool. Thanks, man. Honestly, being able to snort. Wait, what? Honestly, being able to snort a class? In less than 5 minutes, then mixing and matching perks is something I wish I could have done in Pathfinder. Being able to snort. That feels like a brand new sentence. Just wanted to let you know you're in fact a sponsor, not just a mod. I think you said this before, but I really appreciate games like Vagabond that trust the players and doesn't need to restrict builds because they wouldn't make sense. Thank you, thank you. Snort equals quickly consume. I have never heard of that. Amanda.
Like scarf it down, I guess?
Or Coke?
Well, like, they're using
I have never...
scarf it down.
Yeah, I'm gonna snort these hot dogs! I've never heard that.
I heard inhale.
It's all specific to drugs? This is a complete drug reference here?
I guess.
I have never heard of this. And hey, look, I'm with the cool kids, if you catch my drift. But I have never heard anybody actually doing that. Or I've never heard of anybody actually saying that. Yeah. Fastest hot dog slinger in the West. Look. Oh, God. I don't know if you guys could hear that on mic, but my shoulder just popped like a wicked snap. Ooh. That's not an idiom, it's just me being not an English speaker. Okay, thank you. I was like, this is not a thing, right? Taron smoked Rizzlers before they were Gat. Yeah, yeah. Hey, new here. Is this type of consult stream happening more often? I'd like to share a small piece of my work, but I won't be home for a couple of hours. Would be interesting in jumping in next time. Yeah, people have been telling me they really liked these in the past. I would like to do it more. You could hear the snap? Wait, oh shit. I would like to do this stuff more. I know that people will check in and kind of watch and everything. My worry about it in the past has just been the idea that people will like get... They're not always listening to the guidelines, and yeah. So I've tried to figure out how to also restrict it while also like, how do I put it? How to restrict it in a way that still makes it accessible, right? So this is like at the base level, I was just like, we have enough people that anytime that I do one of these, even sporadically like this right here, right? I could say, hey guys, I'm going to do a consult stream. I'm going to make a brand new thread in the Discord and you guys submit over there. And boom, there's 10 submissions. Like, quick, right? Whenever I was doing this earlier, or whenever I would announce that it was a thing I would do, I get dozens of people asking me for it. So it's a thing that I'm like, okay, so if there's that many people asking and it's going to take up that much time, I am going to have to start putting a price on it just to make sure that like I can get to it and that there's a little bit. The number one thing that I hate doing is if I do this like as a consult and I'm looking at a Google Doc, I'm just going to pull this up as an example. Not that whoever submitted this is going to actually do this. But if I'm doing the review and you delete the doc while I'm doing the review and I'm like, okay, now we move on, right? Like, so yeah, I try to make sure that people value my time, value their time. This is also a thing with the Dungeon Jam. I would have loved to have made it to where that was open to where we didn't have to charge for it. But if we don't charge for it, people will be like, oh, okay, I'll participate. And then they don't submit anything. They don't actually do anything. And then it's like, okay, cool. So like, if you don't throw down $10, then it's like, yeah. Oh, and that's another reason why jams come with deadlines and we don't extend. Like, the only reason we extended previously is because the judges needed the extension. We're such an ADHD chat that you need to do what those old sports shows would and have a timer. Oh, and say like, hey, we need that. Yeah. Increasing stream watcher value with insights and actionable feedback for buzzword. All right, so let's look at the Demiurge. The Demiurge is from Axiom. Dr. Manhattan, that's usually a red flag in my experience. Well, saying red flag casually is a red flag in my experience. You should be charging for these. I'm not dissing. Oh no! Sorry. Did I come across as like defensive of the charge? No. Anybody that would have a problem with me charging absolutely should eat a dick, because I'm very much aware that like I'm trying to help people with being constructive on this stuff, and typically the people who would get mad at me charging for this are the kind of people who are already assholes somewhere else. So I'm like, okay, well, like, I don't know what to say. I've got to eat too. Like, yeah. But no, I appreciate the clarification question mark. But yeah, thank you. You'll try to jump in next time. You do most of your work on Affinity and won't be deleting the PDF. Won't be deleting the PDF on you. Yeah. I didn't want you to take it by Corpo Consultant. No. You're good. Okay. So the Demiurge. Behold, I keep hearing this word, and it sounds super cool. It sounds metal as fuck, but I never know what it means. The awesome fires of God, the limitless power and pure creation itself. Look carefully, observe how it's used for the same purpose the man might use it, especially sharp rock. Kills 6 billion demons. Y'all keep bringing this up in the Vagabond Discord, and I don't know. It's a webcomic, right? I think this is a webcomic. Warpers, reality benders, world shapers, they twist the laws of physics carefully, wary not to blink themselves out of existence. Okay, so immediately, one of the things that I would say is, I would, in a game where we have, like, a rogue that starts out getting you stab people in the back real good, I would worry about throwing in a class that says you can bend reality at first level. Right, like I'm kind of a little bit hesitant already, but you know, you think it's the same writer as Lancer? You think what? Maiten Ryo? Wait, Maiten Ryo is the person who also wrote Lancer? The person who wrote Kill 6 Billion Demons is the same as the writer for Lancer. Is that right? Chat, someone tell me real quick, because I'm just going to believe that information and like move on. Lancer made Kill 6 Billion Demons. What? Yes? No shit. Dude is like coming up with like pretty goddamn well, I say influential, I guess, in the microcosm of like TTRPG stuff. And it seems like Kill 6 Billion Demons is also like kind of catching on some like, you know, Homestuck style fandom. Lancer writer artist made Kill 6 Billion Demons. Wow. Okay. Read it. Say please. All right, so Solomon David, K.S. Dr. Manhattan, Green Lantern Corps from DC Comics. Okay. All right. So, low defense support class centered on complex battlefield tactics and augmentation. Wow. Stay away from direct harm. Okay. Complexity 4-star. Okay, mysticism. I like that you got that. All right, cool. Now, one of which must be forged. You all are really wanting to make the magic crafter stuff, huh? Yeah, please. You learn one other spell every 2 Demiurge levels hereafter. Quanta, when you cast a spell, you may also create a number of objects in sight that occupy 0 item slots. Okay. They store and channel a spell's effect only. Not the damage. Beings that hold a quanta may cast a spell from it. may cast the spell from it. Okay, hang on. You remember? You have a quantum maximum equal to half your Demiurge level roundup. They disappear after 1 minute. Okay, half your Demiurge level roundup at any given time. So whenever you cast a spell, you can also create this item of 0 slots that disappears after 1 minute or immediately after their spell has been cast. So you can like make somebody a small little like trinket thing, right? It'd be really funny if literally everyone submitted casters. Well, the funny thing has been they are crafting casters. And like this is like, no, I'm like a god, so like I can manifest this stuff, right? Technically my class isn't necessarily a caster since you can avoid spells entirely. It still works without magic. I mean, you're not beating the artificer allegations, all right? Okay. So this feels a little complex. When you cast, you may deliver the spell from a quanta as if it were originating from you. Cast the spells from any number of quanta in sight simultaneously or both. Okay. A number of objects in sight that occupy 1 or 0 item slots. So these are like... These are not specific, right? Shut. So the way that I'm reading this is that these are... They are objects that store a channel... store and channel a spell's effect. Only, not the damage. Yeah, there we go. Beings that hold a quantum may cast a spell from it. Okay, so you're giving other people the ability to possibly cast these spells. Is the way I'm thinking of this. You're going to make an artificer just to make it clear what I think an artificer is? I just think that the thing that you made also makes sense as an artificer. It's giving the order of the scribes not to be too 5e brained. Maybe. The idea that like you're making quick spell scrolls. They store and channel a spell's effect only, not the damage. I think it should be, you should make it really clear how this functions with, is it they store the cast spell in there, right? You're not wrong, but I don't know how to make a generic enough class that encompasses relic makers and relic users. Anyway, you'll shut up now? Good, because you did do that already. I don't know if Axiom is in chat, so it's a little hard to kind of get total clarification on this. Was the Overwatch iconic meant to be Symmetra? I have no idea. The only thing I know about Overwatch is if I type it into the search engine, Rule 34 comes up real quick. I like how you immediately fucking... What? Oh, wait, you... Okay, who was it? Okay, never mind, it was Widowmaker. I don't even need to fucking ask. I thought you were talking about Overwatch Rule 34.
No, not but you were correct, though.
Yeah, so I get what this is going for. You remember being confused by this one too? So, like, this feels like it wants to be, like, I make a bunch of motes that people can use to, like, harness and cast a spell. But at the same time, I'm also, like... It kind of depends. A part of me just thinks that the spell is better originating from you. Cast the spells. Wait. Can they augment spells? Wait, they don't get any weapon training, so they must be able to augment spells, right? If not, then all they're really doing right here is casting spells to use their effects. You can deliver the spell from a quanta as if it were originating from you. Okay, so I will say this. As far as we have experimented in Vagabond, this doesn't do anything for you. In all reality, like if you were playing 5e, this makes a lot of sense. In Vagabond, this is helpful for like maybe Cone. Like Cone, maybe Line does some things. But like Vagabond's like delivery system is so customizable that this just doesn't really have a lot of power to it, as if it were originating from you. In classic Overwatch, Widowmaker's ultimate made her butt get bigger. Can you look that up? Because I don't want to get... Look, if I put that into my search engine on this computer, that fucks up my YouTube recommendations. I just don't need Overwatch recommended to me on YouTube. Really, I don't mind looking it up off screen. It's just that I don't want to get my fucking YouTube recommendations tainted. You're going to say this feels very 5e design? I mean, yeah, everybody's still... look, still a lot of people that are trying to get out of the 5e, you know, mindset. But yeah, as far as like things go with Vagabond, this hasn't really been effective. It hasn't really come up in play. And for the most part, like, if it originates from somebody else, like, if the power of it is that you're giving other people the ability to cast this spell, yeah, I'm just not sure I'm really seeing what's really clicking for this, you know. I don't really know how much mana I can spend. I see that like you're giving the ability to like instantly create a bunch of these like spell scroll like items, but I don't really know what else it's doing, right? Converges when you successfully cast a spell and before it resolves, you can move a medium or smaller target in sight up to 5 feet per quanta using its speed type. Hang on. Whenever you successfully cast a spell and before it resolves, you can move a medium or smaller target in sight up to 5 feet per quanta using its speed type. After you successfully cast a spell... Alright, so if you wanted to do this, and this is not me saying whether or not this is, like, balanced or anything, but, I think there's an easier way for you to do this. You have already successfully cast a spell. No, wait, you can't do this. When you successfully cast a spell, that needs to be on a target. Okay? And the target of the spell needs to be the thing that you move, not you can just move any medium or smaller target in sight, because there's no save here. So if you wanted to Looney Tune somebody off of a cliff, it's possible that you can make that happen. And there's no save to it. Target one of your buddies, because of the way that spell lists, that like there's no spells in Vagabond. You hit somebody up with like a willing creature with a spell. Suddenly an unwilling creature that just happened to be in sight is suddenly now getting pushed away, right? This just goes against the intent of what I would say for resolution mechanics in Vagabond. And like I would genuinely worry about how this would operate. This feels like a very big invitation for people to bust it in half. And I don't know what it's doing to evoke the idea of a Demiurge, is the other thing. It is a mechanic. It has weight. But I kind of worry about it.
The only thing I can find is some Reddit post from 8 years ago. And someone was saying, no, it was a glitch in a trailer and they fixed it and they patched it. And someone said, no, it was a
But this was a real thing?
Yeah, they were like, no, it was a real thing, but it was considered, something about her being a spider, and I was like, but spiders' asses don't grow when they're threatened, whatever. So,
Widowmaker's ass gets bigger when she uses her ult?
What? I couldn't find that. I guess probably because I didn't have a Twitter.
Yeah, and it's on Twitter, so it's risky now.
Hang
on.
Well, and it's just the gift.
It's...
I'm like, could somebody have, like, I don't know.
No, her ass is growing.
It is, but I didn't know if somebody could, like, fuck with that to make it. Is that official?
I mean, somebody could have edited it, but, like...
I just couldn't find anything official.
Wait, no, this is tweeted out by Play Overwatch.
Oh, well, never mind. But the person said they took it out because it was supposed to be a teen game or something, and it was too sexual or something.
The fact that her butt got bigger when she used her ult was... Well, we learned something new today. That does not look great. Also her... It just looks like she gets pregnant. Well, yeah, but look at her whole pelvic bone.
I mean, I guess it would have to handle the extra weight.
But like it pooches out in the front too. My ass also gets bigger when I use my ult.
Probably just because that was probably the like building block of the.
I guess.
What I mean? So
yeah.
Like, when it got big 360. Not
the ass bone connected to the bladder bone. I guess maybe I don't know.
The bladder bone.
It just seems like there's like a fucking like a water balloon that just goes.
A little pooch.
Yeah.
Counterbalance.
A what?
Counterbalance.
It was just a glitch. I mean, yeah, it's a really fucking funny glitch though. You know. Okay, accretion or accretion. Your spells can create and affect objects that occupy a number of item slots. Wait, your spells can create and affect objects that occupy a number of item slots equal to your Demiurge level divided by 3 round up. Okay, so this would be if you're using Forge. This can now create. I don't know that this works at this level. Because I think I know what this wants to do is allow you to make, like, armor. But, like, if it's only really going for, like, you get to make a mall and, like, armors and stuff, that's a really specific thing that this is trying to do. I don't know for sure that I'm sold on that quite yet. Stasis, when you successfully cast a spell and before your next action or move, you can negate one favor or hinder on a check or attack you can see. Hang on. Okay. So this should say after you successfully cast a spell. And before your next action or move, you can negate one favor or hinder on a check or attack you can see. So, I get this, right? I'm just not super clear on some stuff with this. And you could just cast a spell outside of combat. And, well, no, it doesn't really work that way. Hang on. Before your next action or move. If I were to send over a class you're working on, does it need to have all its features? I mean, if there's a mechanic that you're, like, trying to get me to check out, you can, I mean, that's probably better to send over than, like, an entire class that you're just like, oh shit, I gotta throw it together real quick. So, like, if there's a mechanic that you want me to check out, then send the mechanic, you know? I kind of prefer it whenever I can look at something like someone sends me a feature like this, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that seems operational. Cool, I'll see you next time, man. You know, like, yeah. The operations in this feel odd. And this should probably say, like, okay, maybe when you pass a cash check. But, like, I don't... Yeah, it doesn't have mono listed, so it feels like that's intentional. I'm a little confused as to how this thing's gameplay loop is operating. Of course, you're casting spells, but, like, the spells that you're casting don't really feel like they do anything other than make these. And these are spells that other people are going to cast in your stead. And otherwise, it's just kind of making mundane items real quick. When you cast, you can suppress non-damaging magical effects in a 5-foot radius around a quanta of your choice for 1 minute, no focus required, or until you use this feature again. So one of the things I'm seeing happen right now is I don't necessarily feel it getting better. Like, I don't feel the natural scaling. I can sense that numbers are going up. But I'm not really seeing where the spikes are hitting, right? Based on the Zenyatta comp, I assume it's meant to be a support class that works with healing and buffs, so casting checks would limit half the intended play. So, is Zenyatta the... Wait, is he the monk robot? Hang on. Okay, now this is clicking. Okay, that's this dude. That clicks a little bit more. I don't know who I originally thought this was. Okay. So I'm getting the sensation... I'm getting the sense that this is supposed to be a bit of like a kind of pseudo-pacifist in a sense. Or it's trying to push you in that sort of an avatar-y kind of direction. So, okay. He creates words that he can shoot at to hurt people. Yeah, but I think more of the vibe is like this idea of like always in control, kind of a like magical mystic kind of a vibe. Okay. So real quick, because a lot of this is like when you cast, yeah. You can equip any number of quanta on a target. For each equipped quanta, it suffers a -1 to armor. Okay. God, this is really good, actually. That is really strong. Like, the math on this could even be half for every 2 equipped quanta. Because you can get what? Okay, so you can get a max of 5. I would still say for every 2 equipped, it's still very good. This being able to do a -5 to armor is huge, huge, huge. Like, an influence of 2 on armor in Vagabond in any direction is massive, massive, massive. It doesn't seem like too much until you really get in and play it. But yeah, something having 2 armor, you'll find is actually pretty potent. If you're able to subtract 5 armor from something, I think you should probably at most be able to subtract maybe 3. Maybe 3. Yeah, damage is swingy as hell in practical play. Oh, yeah. Like, but like, armor as damage mitigation, especially removing that from each attack, yeah. So how does focus work if we don't have mana? I mean, you don't have to have mana to focus. Focus is just like concentration in 5e. Like mechanically. You only have to spend mana to focus if it's a spell, right? Now, in these cases, I don't know that they're casting spells a whole lot that are going to go on for an extended duration, right? He's trying to naked your monsters. I'm a little confused as to what's going on with the mana. I'd like to, I mean, and that's why I kind of wish, like, if Axiom was in chat, we could get a bit more clarification. I'm a little confused as to what's going on with mana, if it's not meant to use mana, okay? I feel like this... I don't know that based off of the inspiration that this is... Oh, God. Maybe this... Like, if I were trying to really, really make this work, this might be something that I would call, like, a unique delivery where you can create, like, motes of these things that follow you around and store the spell. And then it kind of becomes this thing of like, I have these quanta and I can launch the spell from it. Or I can consume it for other things. Right? Like I pop one of these like, and it gets me +1 armor or something like that. This, I don't really see the quote-unquote magic in that. I don't really get why this is here. And I think that this is kind of... Oh, wait. Okay, the other thing that's going on, Axiom, is that you didn't give them a perk at first level. All classes in Vagabond get a freebie first level perk. So this one doesn't have one. Let me see. Did you write a note about this? May not be able to see the stream. Oh, because it's 1:23 a.m. Okay. Yeah, I would say that for this right here, you need to give it a perk. And I just don't really think that this super fits as a feature. Your spells can create and affect objects that occupy a number of item slots equal to your Demiurge level divided by 3 round up. Now that, like, I kind of understand a bit more of the inspiration, like with this right here, or I mean, I guess we say Dr. Manhattan, you want to create stuff with like Forge. This feels like this is an upgrade to Forge, but like at the same time, if you just want it to be able to make like, you know, the 2 slot weapons, I would just give it that. You know, you can make 2 slot items, but to make that like a maybe make that here in stasis. But I do like the fact that stasis is a bit of a defensive feature, and like you can get rid of a favor or hinder. But let's be real here. You're not getting rid of the 1 favor. You're getting rid of a hinder. I guess what you could do, if the idea is stasis, maybe make it to where this is, you can negate any favor or hinder that apply to the check. So that, like, it can't benefit from being favored, but it gets rid of any hinder applying to it. That could be good. When you cast, you can suppress the non-damaging magical effects in a 5-foot radius around a quanta of your choice with it. This is too much. Try to think of like how this would be negotiated in Theater of the Mind. I don't really know where where some of these distances are going to be. And the other thing is, this was written very 5e because this in Vagabond would say close. Yeah, within close to a quanta. So I would try to look at distances and the text that I wrote around distances for Vagabond. And maybe kind of lean into it from there. When you cast a 5-foot radius around a quanta of your choice becomes difficult terrain for 1 minute. To use this feature again. This feels like something that could be an option. Here, I'll throw this your way. So whenever I was making my Mystic, one of the things I like to do was give them these talents that like allow you can pick what these things are gonna do. So you might be able to say like the quanta can do one of these other effects down here. Well, around it is difficult terrain. Around it is those things have a bonus to armor or something like that, right? Negating favor also reads as very 5e since enemies don't make checks in Vagabond. Exactly. Yeah, that was my thought, right? So, that's kind of where I was at with that. And I think my suggestion would be, if you were going to make it for Vagabond, to kind of key in more of the distances as the distance system, rather than the specifics of like 5e. Like, they get really specific on the distance. Yeah. Is there a reason in Vagabond you went with phrases like when you are within close instead of when you are close? Yes, actually. When you are within near versus when you are near. When you are within near. So near as a distance is more like, this is a boundary box, right? You are near a thing doesn't really feel like it gets, how do I put this? That almost feels like a condition, right? And you can say like, yes, you are near, but also if you are near, are you also not within quote unquote far? So like if something can target out to far, right? Like if you can target out to far, and can you also target a near creature? Well, yes, but because it says when it's something as specific as you are near, instead of if you are within far or you are within near. If you're within near, that can also target close, right? So that's a part of the thing in that. I tried figuring this out whenever I first like really adopted distance, and this was a grammar thing. I was like, why does this feel weird? Why does this feel weird? And this is what I ultimately settled on. Leaving it more open actually makes it to where it's less confusing for a ruling. Within near also reads more clearly as specifically defined term for new readers. I think so. Like, I think as leaving it more open, it made it to where the ruling makes more sense. But if we say that, like, you are a near target, or, like, you are near whatever, I'm sure there's other things that we could do to maybe, you know, write up a whole string as to, like, yes, well, near targets also count as far targets, or something like that. But the wording that we kind of went with, but just by saying if you are within near, means that we don't have to write this other rule over here that says, when interpreting these things, this also means this over here, you know. Yeah. Yeah, so immediately the kind of thing, like, you know, some other people in chat are mentioning, this feels like it's kind of written like a 5e thing. And Vagabond is already using some other terms, and, like, it kind of has a different mindset whenever it comes to creating these, like, kinds of options. That I might say these different features here should be sub-options down in here somewhere. You know, like what I was showing off with talents and things. But yeah, we said near so much that my brain is doing the thing where it's alienating the word. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. It feels weird to say it at first, but you see the logic. Yeah, it's odd. But I do promise there's a method to the madness. I do promise there was a reason for it. Yeah. Oh, the artwork's cool. Yeah, I dig that. I know what you want this to be. But yeah, this is still written like a 5e thing. You can't blame anyone for writing the 5e style, habits die hard. Yeah, no, yeah. It's gonna take time. We're gonna still be seeing people that are like shaking off the trappings of 5e for years to come, you know. But yeah, I would take a look at the way that I kind of write comparable features and try to imitate some of that, you know. But otherwise, the stuff I'm seeing in here feels a little too specific as things that just don't really feel like they're getting big oomph as you continue to level up. Is kind of where I'm at with that. This feels like something that can make like a really sick kind of a magic item at the moment. But what this would need to be is like, I need to feel like this character feels like they're getting stronger. Instead, the thing that I feel like is getting stronger is just the spells you cast, if that makes sense. You know. But yeah, I appreciate the submission. I think it wasn't really an option I was ever really considering as a character in Vagabond, which is cool. Like, if I don't ever really consider it and someone comes along with an archetype that I was like, oh, that's what that is. Oh, sick. Okay. Like, I'm always happy to get exposure like that. Like, seeing what weird thing someone else comes up with, I'm like, yeah, oh yeah, like, get weird with it, you know? I think that there's an interesting idea in here. There's an interesting core, but I just don't think that mechanically this is doing the thing that you really want it to do. And yeah, I would just look at trying to get away from some of the 5e isms is kind of where I'm at with that. But yeah, man, thanks so much for submitting. And we will look over here at the Reaver. And this is... Okay, so this is from Bifey. The support of my 5e Reaver to Vagabond, looking for suggestions to spice this up and make it more than Necromancer wearing heavy armor without wanting to reinvent the wheel for class design. If wheel is invented, I'd like to explore a soul collecting system, as I feel like it would be more fitting for Vagabond instead of D&D. Okay. Let's check it out. Okay. So the Reaver, this is from Bifey. Of course, quotes from the Lich King from World of Warcraft. Nice adventure down the dark path of channeling negative energy. Reavers are necromancers who lead an unholy crusade. Reavers are hardly battlefield generals. Command your undead thralls. Push to the front line to overwhelm an enemy. Okay. Info. Yep. Let me see. Did you get the right number of spells? Yep. One must always be raised. That makes sense. That completely checks out. You gain the Necromancer perk and can cast spells using influence. Everything so far is exactly what I would think it would be. Yep, this is all Revelator. Yep. You can sense near corpses as if you had seismic sense. Doing so requires focus. You can sense near corpses as if you had seismic sense. You can, you might say you have a sense. You can begin focusing on a sense that allows you to detect corpses and undead. Corpses, undead, and hellspawn out to within near. As if by seismic sense is fine. But it feels like an elemental theme, I guess. Just say like you can detect them. Ping. It just pings them. Bam. You know? Something like that. And like maybe it's like this site is good enough to these creatures can't benefit from being invisible to you within this area. Something like that, you know? I don't think it necessarily has to be seismic sense, but I understand what you're trying to get across. But yeah, I that's kind of where I lean in with that. Soul Harvest, you can use your action to target a close corpse of a being that died in the last round to restore d6 plus half the being's hit dice round up. Okay. Hit points. You can do so twice and regain spent uses after you rest. I don't have an issue with this. I don't have an issue with this in operation. Wait, works for you. A lot of this was written from a time where you were very, I was very feature bloat. There's a character sheet concept for a system you're working on. You wanted to hear your thoughts, but I understand. Yeah, I wrote that just because I was like, whenever I first saw it, it just seemed kind of like a lot of kind of jots of ideas for like, what is this system? Well, it's a, you know, you could say like, it's a D6 dice pool. I'm like, okay, but I don't really know how to give you like critique on like an idea for like what that would be, right? If it's like a system summary, I don't really know how to like critique that necessarily. It's more so that like if I see like mechanics, I can definitely take a look at it, you know. But if it's just like, hey, what's your opinion on a D6 dice pool system? I'm like, it works, you know. You can use your action to target a corpse of a being that died within the last round to restore. Okay. Am I mainly looking for 5e/established games content, or are you looking at a draft of a new system? I will say this, it's a lot easier to get, like, it's a lot easier to give the critique if, like, I'm familiar with the system, you know? But, like, I don't mind taking a look at newer stuff, but it's also, it should be understood that it is going to be a first blush, and I'm better at giving consult on stuff I know well, right? If it's just sort of a like, hey, take a look at this thing I'm working on, that's not typically what these are for, right? But if you have a question about a thing, then like that's a lot better to submit, because then I'm like, okay, so tell me what you want me to check out. But if someone just kind of submits and they're like, I just really want Taron to look at this thing I wrote, it's like, that's not really what this is for. You know, that would be considered, here, I'll show you. That would be considered promo, not consult, right? At least it's, oh. You guys just saw all my black licorice. Oh no, I'm ruined. Oh well, there's no use in hiding it anymore. If I can look at this after after this, and if anything catches your eye, just seeing 1 minute of your thoughts would be appreciated. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to open this. I need candy. Base black licorice. I only got into it this year. And then I got into it hard. Like, you want to know how pathetic it is? Here you go. Alright. Dude, I love the way that... Oh my god, Daryl leaves taste so good, but like, it's so sticky. Alright. So we went to the world market. I got Australian licorice. I tried this out. Not my thing. This is actually too sweet. Too fruity. And I don't like the texture of it. It's got these weird little holes through it that just don't really... Yeah. And I got these for, I guess, just whenever I feel like I need the misery of black licorice. And don't necessarily want to chew on it. Yeah. I went from hating that stuff earlier this year to now I am a complete fucking enthusiast. I tried to like... I heard about the method to which you can acquire a taste and really worked on it. And well, I say really worked on it. I decided to go pick it up and be like, all right, we are going to work on this. Within a day, immediately it was like, what why do I get this now? Why do I understand? Like, why do I understand why people like black licorice now? Yeah. Feels like that wants to fall off. It's a good palate cleanser for taste testing. Not as good as pickled ginger. Oh god, I love it. Okay. This is fine. Again, the thing that I'm a little bit worried about is I'm not really seeing where the quote-unquote it goes infinite kind of thing goes. You pay one less mana to augment the delivery of your raise spell. Okay. I'm trying to see where the magic in this is. I like this. I like this a lot. This feels fun. The -1 penalty to morale checks is kind of fun. You might even say this could be maybe even frightened. And that's okay. Ooh, I like this. I like this. I actually think that I would like this at 4th level. Well, Rise is better because they don't have a lot of mana. Man, ooh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one I would rather have kick online first. Something tells me they would really want this in here, like early on. But I can see why this needs to be here. Okay. It's there so you can still raise your homies. We also have enough mana to do other cool things. That's, yeah, I can see why that's there. I guess you do have the spell versatility that's making me think that, like, yeah, This probably makes a lot more sense coming online before this. There is a self-balancing thing in here with this also being CD for frightened, but the -1 penalty to morale is interesting. It causing you to be sickened is already pretty good. I would be reluctant to make a major change. I'm gonna say this is fine. Enemies that are flanked by you and a being you control are also frightened. Huh. How about if you are one of the beings flanking an enemy, that enemy is also frightened. Because this would work with you and your allies, as well as the zombies you control. Right? Undying, you can't be fatigued by non-magical means. Ooh. I mean, I think that this is fine, but I also kind of think it needs some more oomph to it. I didn't do that because you were afraid of basically constant -2 penalty to damage would be too good. I mean, then why even give it this? Because, like, that's what this is trying to do right here. You know? I mean, you were worried about it being too good? Don't be scared. Make the thing you want to make. You know? Figure that out in playtest. Hey, does this overperform? Okay. I would not worry about that, and I'm going to tell you right now. Reason being, there's going to be quite a few creatures that are immune to being frightened. What is this really good for? Right? I would say this could even be the inverse of the Paladin aura. You could straight up say enemies that are close to you. Just do this. Enemies that are close to you are also frightened. Yeah. Aren't. Because you at least have to jump through the hoop of having a dead guy around. Why would you try to make it less fun to play? They want to be this evil, like, Death Knight thing. Make them an evil Death Knight thing. Don't make them, like, you know, do fucking household chores for it. You know what I mean? Enemies that are flanked by you? Close enemies are frightened. It's 8th level. Yeah, don't, yeah, you're at this point, like, man, don't chicken out here at the end. Give it that, like, drop D metal, right? I wonder how many people we just woke up. You thought you escaped the 5e brain rot with this? You make it close enemies are frightened of you. And then let God sort it out. You know? There's a lot of enemies that are already immune to being frightened. Like, a lot of the big boss monsters are going to be immune to being frightened. It certainly woke you up. You're welcome. So, like, that'll kind of get itself sorted out. Frightened is not... I mean, it's strong. It's strong. And the strength of this would be that against minions, you've got +2 armor. That's good. Apparently you're not immune to being frightened. Yep. You're basically just going to affect minions with this. But you're getting them off your back. And if you're wearing armor already, you wear armor, this is like doubling up. If you're trying to build a tank, this is, if you made it to where enemies within close, especially within close, that's a pretty limited scope. You're not getting a huge horde. That licorice you've got is so addictive. Yeah, I wish it wasn't as bad for you as it is. It's just a lot of sugar. But yeah, this Daryl Lee's, like, look, if you don't think you're a black licorice person, I could eat a steak of this shit, alright? You put like a 1 pound slab of Daryl Lee's goddamn Australian licorice, dude. Okay. Yeah, start trying to, like, I mean, whenever you're writing for Vagabond, if you want to give it punch, and make the punch hit, you know. Be careful with proper licorice, it can raise blood pressure. Can't everything, though? Hey, Amanda. Can you look into that real quick? Alright, thank you. Pull that up, Jamie. Oh, you're bad. This is a Vagabond stream? Oops. No, I mean, I didn't say it was a Vagabond stream. It's just that that's what people have been submitting. Can you see, does eating pure licorice raise blood pressure? Too much licorice is bad for you. Well, I mean, but too much anything is bad for you.
Dwarf goblins.
Like, Dransel, hey, welcome. I can't read that text message until Chum goes away. This man was a creator for 5e for years. His blood pressure is already up. Oh, trust me. I'm anticipating a stroke from the fucking OGL thing at some point in my 60s, alright?
Okay. Safe to eat small amounts every now and then. Black licorice, 57 grams or around 2 ounces can have negative physical effects when eaten daily, especially if you're over 40 and have a history of cardiovascular disease or high blood pressure. And this is coming from,
What?
This is coming from the heartmatters.org.uk.
Oh.
So it could affect your blood pressure if you eat around 2 ounces daily.
Wait, that's a shitload.
Yeah, because like that bag, do you have the bag on you?
Yeah.
What's the...
How many ounces?
Mm-hmm.
There's
grams is fine.
30 grams.
Okay, so 57 grams daily would give you negative...
Oh, see, that's kind of fucked because, okay, wait, 5 pieces, 30 grams times 7, so 210 grams per bag.
Yeah, what's the ounce?
But I eat black licorice like once a month. It's,
yeah,
you know. The net weight?
7 ounces. Yeah, so 2 ounces daily. So yeah.
All right.
However you want to splice that.
Specifically after the they need the buff wizards public reaction. God, that was such a funny video to make.
Oh, interesting. So the adverse effects are due to
You're gonna be fine if you don't eat the whole bag. I got bad news for me, apparently. I am going to eat the whole bag.
Yeah, glycyrrhizin is a compound found in licorice root that's been 30 and 50 times sweeter than sugar and can alter your body's levels of potassium, sodium, which help regulate your body fluid. So too much glycyrrhizin can lead to problems such as raised blood pressure, fluid retention, muscle weakness, heart rhythm abnormalities. But
Wait, but like, does raised blood pressure affect your wiener?
I have no idea. I would
Is it
assume so.
better or worse for your wiener?
Let's see. Has high blood pressure.
2 ounces is 60 grams. Damn!
Erection.
You don't think they even sell licorice over here?
Sure can.
What does it do? Uh-oh.
Let's see. From the Mayo Clinic.
Does it not make your wiener work? Or does it make your wiener not work?
It says, if you have high blood pressure, having sex is unlikely to cause immediate health dangers such as having a heart attack, but high blood pressure may affect your satisfaction with sex. Link between a history of high blood pressure and sexual dysfunction has been proved for men. So, it makes it
Burn it!
Burn it! Get rid of the licorice! Burn it all! Burn it to the ground! We can't be having that.
Yeah. It's like alcohol. Well, hey, you know what? I actually don't drink much. Like, I mean, I have, like, you know, a beer or two every month, but like I don't like go out and get like crazy shitty or anything like that. Well, I will say, God, I was wanting to go out and get a drink with some buddies tonight, but like the bar doesn't really have a great, like, hang on, actually let me see something real quick. Have a Jägermeister to get 2 birds with 1 stone? Hell yeah!
No, I will say.
Yeah, fuck my heart.
I will say, Jägermeister mixed with root beer makes it taste like the root beer candies.
A mix with wait.
You know those little like barrel root beer candies?
Oh yeah, those barrel root beer candies are dog shit
I
though.
love them. So if you like that taste, root beer, Jaeger.
Would you want to go to Colony tonight?
I don't know.
I don't know if they actually have anything going on.
Let's see. we should
Oh
be-
wow, nobody's posted in this
we
group
should
for
be
over 10
closed
years.
Tomorrow. Oh, I work tomorrow? Are
You
we
love root beer,
open?
they don't sell it here. They don't sell root beer where you live?
Damn it.
You work tomorrow? Tomorrow's Monday.
I know, we're open Monday because... Oh, wait. Next shift... Tuesday. Okay, what the fuck? Oh, that was... Okay, I'm looking at the wrong week.
Is that this? Okay, so are you...
So tomorrow is the 30th? Or no? What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow is the 30th, yes.
Bless. Okay, I'm off tomorrow.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
Okay, because I've gone through a bunch of these, and it's been 3 hours already.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, would you want to go to Colony?
I'm indifferent.
You're indifferent?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just... I don't know, I just haven't had a beer in a hot second.
Yeah, we can go grab a drink if you want. Have a Jack and Coke.
Yeah, I just kind of felt like maybe going and getting, like, a beer or two.
Yeah, hear a song or something.
Okay, so...
Yeah, I'd be down.
Can't mug in peace, yeah. I can't get a tasty Barks root beer? Yum, yum. I had A&W mug and Barks from stores that sell imported goods. God, that's sad to think that A&W is an imported good somewhere.
Wow, right?
It's not that good.
It's better than Barks, I think.
A&W, well, A&W is better than Barks?
I think so.
Wait, alright, hang on. We'll
But then
settle
there's-
this.
There's also a third one though. There you go. Mug. Wow.
Ooh. Oh.
Interesting.
I actually really agree with this tier list.
I don't know the last 4.
Blue Sky is dog shit.
Never heard of it. What are the other 3?
This is like one of those like, oh, it is soda. Ha, we promise.
What are the other 3?
I have no idea what these are. Oh wait, yes. It's not Smalls. What is this called? That's not a.
Damn it. Go to template.
Amanda, it doesn't make
It
the
might
picture
tell
bigger.
you when
No, it
you
doesn't.
go.
I know how.
No
it
name when you
fucking
hover
does
over
it.
No name when you hover over it.
No.
Okay, I guess just go look up root beer brands or something.
That's too much work. I'm not that
Oh my God,
interested.
I just want to know what they are.
Okay, then you Google it.
Fine.
I don't care that much. A&W is ass and water? Dude, A&W is legit though. The thing is like
No.
the thing is though, A&W is just it's basically all sugar. Like I mean I realize that all of these are basically all sugar, but I think A&W more than like
IBC root. Oh, that's not one of them over there. IBC root beer? Really?
I couldn't recall what
Wow.
IBC tastes like.
I think it would be a B tier.
I do actually think of all these I've ever tried.
Bundaberg?
Mug is definitely like up at the top.
Bundaberg? No. Okay. Frosty from Hanks. Who the hell are those other ones?
I have no idea.
I'm really upset.
I don't know. Sugar-free A&W tastes identical.
Oh, Boylan. This one is Boylan root beer?
By the way, is the Discord still open? Yeah, it is. Yeah. I have the only reason the Discord might not really be working is because like the link might be outdated and I might need to update that. But yeah. Okay, so here's my thoughts on this one so far. I don't have a lot of input aside from just don't worry so much about balance right now because everything here seems to work, right? You are at the point of making everything work. And I think I see that pretty much everything does work. I see where you want this to go, right? You don't need to make this the last round. Make this like the last hour. They just can't go and siphon corpses, is basically all you need to do. And then after the fight, just like from everything, right? You can do so twice if you gain spent uses after you rest. You might even do, like, you can do so a number of times equal to 1 plus half your Reaver level. And can regain spent uses after a rest. Something like that, maybe, right? Where's Spectre root beer then? You all know, like, root beer is, like, the most commonly produced soda of all time, right? It's, like, the easiest soda to make in the world. Yeah, like, dude, every company makes root beer. I'm like, I mean, I guess double check it, but like, you can make root beer at home way easier than you can make soda. Or, sorry, cola. Spectre from Wisconsin is the best. I mean, if I could give it a shot sometime, maybe, you know. Yeah, but basically, like I was saying, I can see why you're giving it the features that you're giving it. Undying is probably fine, but like the real capstone here for talking about tanking is this. Terror is very good. This is a conquest paladin you're getting across. You might even be able to do, like, terror. Nah, I wouldn't want to fuck with that. This says close enemies are frightened. You could literally write that. Enemies close to you are frightened. Close enemies are frightened. Could you make that a 4-word feature? Close enemies are frightened. I'd be metal as fuck if you could. Do you feel it's worth exploring more complicated mechanic? No! Don't. Why would you just choose to actively go like, hey, is it worth it to make this more complicated? Why would you do that? Don't do that. No. Just like, hey, you got close enemies are frightened. There you go. No, you meant for the whole class? I also meant for the whole class. If anything's more complicated than this right here, delete it. That's in Vagabond. Look, if you give something a feature and it is more complicated than spellcasting, get rid of it. That doesn't vibe with the game. That's nerd shit. All right. We're gonna be the cool kids. Yeah. Did you say we're in the attic? I love how simple the package is, but I could see that being boring. You think that the only thing that makes something exciting is that it's complicated? Because to me, I think simple ideas that are conceived way more gracefully look way more intelligent than someone spewing word vomit onto a page.
I was just gonna say, like, any board game I've ever opened in my entire life, never have I ever been like, oh, this looks so complicated, we're gonna have the best
Yeah,
time!
I'm like, oh my god,
when
please.
There's a tome to read to me just to play the board game, and then the board game takes 6 hours, you're like, no, when it's on one sheet and you can tell me and I can learn it right now, so much fun. We can play it again and again and again and again.
You ever like open up like a nuclear reactor's like instruction manual and been like, yes, beat me with it?
Yeah, for real though. Like you open up some kind of like breaker box and there's all these crazy wires and you're like, yes, fun time.
Yeah,
no,
that's the thing is like,
not.
It's just not the vibe of Vagabond, you know? You want to be playing and in the moment not looking up rules? Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, like that's the thing is like Vagabond is one of the things that makes it work really well as an action game is the fact that people remember what the features do just from reading the one fucking sentence.
Yeah, we don't need like a little card to remind us about what I can do on my turn. Like,
yeah.
oh my God.
Like,
no, thank you.
You pay 1 less mana to augment the delivery of your raise spell. Thank
Bam.
you. Easier to make zombies. Thank you. You can't be sickened. Thank you.
So
further, your attacks cause sickened. Yes. Enemies that are flanked by you and a being you control are also frightened. What I said with this is you can go, close enemies are frightened. Boom! Like, enemies close to you are frightened.
keep it simple, stupid.
Like, go away. You can't be fatigued by non-magical means. This is the thing. Like, guys, I wrote 7 classes for D&D 5e. I would so much rather write 100 of classes like this because I can make more shit this way. You love how nerds are the natural enemy of nerds? Dude, if anything, look, here's the deal. If anything is the worst thing for a fandom, it's the fandom. Like, the greatest enemy always comes from within. Alright? Yeah, so you want a drink? Amanda? Okay. Paul Benjamin starts at 9:30. Okay. What? Oh shit, how cold is it outside? Is it... All right, we'll go for like 2 beers. And then I just don't want to be out in the fucking cold Arctic blast. Hang on. Are we supposed to get an Arctic blast in tonight? Fuck, it's 48 degrees. Oh, shit. Jimmy Carter died. I mean, you know, I think we all... What? He's former president. You know, the famous peanut farmer, Jimmy Carter. What? Oh, we liked him a lot, yeah. Something you would like is a rune carver for Vagabond. Would that be... yeah, Jimmy Carter was a real one, yeah. Yeah, 100 years old, man, fucking what a... Oh yeah, he oldest living president. Well, I guess he has to resign that. God damn it. Oh man. Huh? Didn't he do the Green New Deal? Wait, Jimmy Carter? Did he? Wait, I thought the Green New Deal was like a more recent thing. Yeah, I was gonna say no. Green New Deal was 2006. Nah, Jimmy Carter was in office in the fucking 70s. I was like, wait, what? What? I think Jimmy helped the people out of the Depression, like the Great Depression. Jimmy Carter would have been like 4 years old whenever the yeah. I was going to say Green New Deal was 2006. Hang on. Okay, 42 is a low. I've got shorts on, and like I don't want to change. Like that's kind of where I'm at. And I'm like, not like horrifically, but you know, it would be getting out and away from the computer. That's kind of where I'm at. You know what? We looked at 3, or we looked at 4. Damn. Look at that. That was good timing, though. We looked at 4 of them tonight. Hey, I really love, like, everybody submitting the Vagabond stuff. Hey, thank you all so much. Somebody was asking if I might be able to just give something a quick glance. This was a system. Okay, so... Can I give it a quick glance? Okay, hang on. 4 whole submissions? Yes. Alright. So this was the Otherworldly Gods, Aliens, and Demons, submitted from Titania. Style epic fantasy at max, level 21, you're a god, essentially. Okay. So this is the character sheet, I believe. Nature Goblin style, Striker training, Barbarian. Mind of 2, Aptitude 2, Might 2, Armor rating 6. Okay, 3 action economy, D20 system, group initiative, no reaction unless using ready action up to 3 times, reflex. So this is kind of what I meant, is like, if you go down, there's more of an explanation. Yeah, but I'll just point out here real quick. This is kind of what I meant by like kind of throwing like ideas that are like, here's a general summary, right? I can't do much with like a general summary for a like for a critique. And so just so you knew, like, yeah, you roll a d20 to double or nothing before you do turn trials. Hang on. If I roll down, there's more of an explanation. Hang on. Yeah, see, it's like, can I look at Brawler and Barbarian? Brawler, MAM, level 1 style points, ego, instinct, focus. Depending on your style, when you succeed a block, dodge, learn, or skill trial, you get a combo point up to your level, which represents a 1d6 you can add to a block, dodge, learn, or skill trial after you see if it's succeeded or not, or until you run out. Or to enhance it. Well, see, like, there's a lot of stuff that you've kind of thrown on the dock that I don't really know what I'm looking at right now, right? I'm not really getting. This is why, like, whenever it's a new system, typically for me, I don't really know what some of the keywords here are really like meaning, right? Yeah, I don't really know what I'm hearing. That's the thing, is like I don't have enough information to really judge off of this, which is why I tend to recommend that people don't submit like brand new systems, is because like I don't have enough info to really judge anything off of here, right? What would I recommend for people making a new system is your question? What would I recommend for people making a new system? Do you mean in terms of submitting to this, or just like as general advice? Like, what do I recommend to people making a new system? Like, if you're going to get started on that journey, that's... Yeah. And it's fine if you can't judge more than that. Thanks, Taron. Yeah, well, and that's the deal, is like, I just make math good. If I see, like, this, I don't know what's happening, right? So, like, if I can get a mechanic... and I can grab onto that and be like, okay, once I roll this die, if it's a 5, I get this thing, you know, for submitting and in general. So if you're submitting something in it and we're talking about a new system, I need to see like a manuscript, and these kinds of streams aren't really good for that. You saw the other people submitted like, look at this. 1 page of content right here, and we maybe actually really utilized about 50% of it to get a look at it, right? And we talked about this for 15, 30 some odd minutes, you know. I can riff off of this. While we're talking, I can use it as me and Amanda are chatting, right? Like, this is, we can talk about this on stream. And I have input on it because it's a system I'm familiar with, right? Not that I'm not familiar with. This is my child. This came from my vagina. Right? So so like, because I know this one very well, it's easy for me to give feedback on it, right? Now, whenever it's somebody else's new system and they're very familiar with it, I don't know. So like, even if it's a summary, I'm not really understanding what's going on, right? So what I need is, if it's going to be for a consult stream, I need people to know that, like, number one, that 1,000 words or less typically means please don't submit a new system, and please don't submit your home world, like, building, or your world building stuff, right? This just isn't really the kind of thing for that. This is more so for people who are, like, just kind of trying to take a bite into the, like... Yeah, they're kind of trying to take a bite into game design, really. Terry Media can't submit your 30-page homebrew I made for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Tabletop RPG, damn it. Look, I might make an exception, but in general, err on the side of that's not going to work, you know? What if your original system is knockoff 5e? I mean, in that case, you can go put it on Kickstarter and make $1 million. So, like... You don't even need my approval on that. Kickstarter's just gonna shit the money at you, you know? What? Oh shit, I hit a button and I don't know what I just did. Something looked different. I think we're good. What's your general advice for people trying to make a new system? Don't! No way! Okay, what's my general advice for people trying to make a new system? Oh, you need to be prepared for not everyone to hate you. I would say you need to be prepared for, like, try to find the resources that will make your budget work for you, okay? You might see online a lot of the stuff going on. Like, with Vagabond, look, I cashed in a lot of good faith to make Vagabond. I cashed in 20,000 YouTube subs, where I was like, I have an idea for a thing. Do you guys support me on that? Right? I built up my rep for like 5-6 years in the scene and churned out really consistent content to where I got people who were like, hey, we really like the stuff that you make. Hey, what if you made a game that was like, if you've got an issue with the way that Wizards of the Coast is taking this game, would you make something? And I was like, okay, cool. I'll make it if you guys will help me fucking pay my bills for the next year. And people showed up, you know? So I cashed in my goodwill in order to make the thing, you know, and ask people like, hey, if you support what I want to do, will you back me up on that? So people did, but I want to let you know something right now. People don't normally do that in this scene. And what I mean is, not what I just did, right? People don't normally show the fuck up to, like, support you on that. So that's the thing that, like, you have to understand that me, honestly, on the GameFound campaign, here's what I'm going to say. On Kickstarter, the fact that it got over $30,000 was crazy to me. I was like, that means a lot that there were people who were just like, we believe in Taron enough to, like, we're just going to get a PDF at the end of this. Cool. All right, back in it. Sick. That meant that I could pay artists and I could do all this other stuff, you know. Now, that was really cool. But what I will say is that, like, most people are not going to get that. That was literally the TTRPG scene gave me $30,000 to not have to work and just make the thing I wanted to make. Cool. Okay. I promise you, most of the people that are listening to this are not in that situation. I am in the unique situation where I could cash that in and, like, I could make the thing that I made. This is going to be a long process for pretty much anybody, and I would recommend that most of you guys try to do a few things, okay? Number one will be look at print formats and learn, especially with tariffs that are coming up, learn to love this right here, okay? This is 5.5 wide by 8.5 tall, okay? If you'll notice, that whenever you open it up is US letter. This is the cheapest way for you to print a motherfucking book in this industry, all right? Not just as a zine, as a 5.5 by 8.5, okay? This right here is my game in a condensed down core rulebook. This I can sell for $10, okay? This right here cost me about $5 to print, unless I go with a big offset printer, and then it costs me about $220 and some change, okay? So, like, this is extremely cheap. Going with hardbacks, because you look at all these other, like, Kickstarters and you go, I really want a hardback. That's, like, the only way you can succeed in this industry. That's about to get phased out because shit's about to get real expensive, okay? Tariffs. If tariffs get implemented, I'll tell you about my new heart attack, okay? Yeah, you want to come in and tell them how fucking pissed I was about this? Yeah, all right. Let me tell you guys, here, get ready for production nightmares, like the shit I'm about to tell you about, okay? Now, for the record, most of this stuff has gotten smoothed out, and there's no, like, major bad blood, but just so you all are aware of how pitch-shittingly rough things can get, I about had a fucking bailout moment with the Vagabond Game Found campaign. And it was over these fucking things.
I'm so surprised he doesn't have more gray hair
Oh,
than
yeah.
he does.
So, what happened? One of the big things for me was... braces for nightmares. Okay, so one of the big things for me is I love to make the dice set. I thought that this was cool. It's in theme with the book. I think it looks good. And, like, honestly, to be able to say that, like, we organize this, or, like, no. Here, let me backtrack on that. I organized this, okay? That I did this shit, and I can take this and put this on my resume as I was able to get together an entire fucking print line and product line all by my motherfucking self, okay? I think that's pretty dope. Now, that means I can get a production management position pretty fucking cake, right? Now, the problem with this is sometimes you have to deal with logistical nightmares. And one of those logistical nightmares happened about, 4 weeks ago?
Mm-hmm.
4 weeks ago. So everybody sent in money. I originally got my quote for the dice in July or June. Something like that. The dates are not incredibly important to this. In all cases, just assume that I'm speaking kind of more vaguely general off the cuff, okay? So I got the quote originally in June. And the reason why I went with this dice company is because they were American, okay? That means that if there's a problem or shipping expenses get to be incredibly expensive, I can just drive my happy ass.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can either spend like $3,000 in shipping, or I can spend $500 in gas and just go drive my own happy ass out to their factory and pick it up myself in my SUV and drive it back here to Oklahoma.
But somebody outsourced and
So-
didn't tell somebody.
So the reason why this gets fucked up is I originally thought that this was like an American manufacturer. Okay. By all intents and purposes, they told me that they were producing the dice in America. So, surprise, surprise, whenever I get a sample set that comes back in, and they are not only not to spec, the colors are messed up, etc., 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 they decide to tell me at that point, these are dice that they got in from their Chinese manufacturer. Fuck. If you're very familiar, now I want to let you know, the time at which they told me this was like 4 weeks ago. Okay? Those of you who are already familiar with world politics probably know why this is about to go very, very wrong. They told this to me for a couple different reasons. Number one, there was an issue with the dice. They didn't even have the right sizes, and we were going to have to do a revision on the dice and everything, right? So, that's rough. Now, because I was just now finding out that these were manufactured in China, there's something that not a lot of people really know about what happens in China every single year that affects the entire TTRPG industry, affects everybody trying to fulfill anything right now. Chinese New Year. Holy fucking shit. China takes 2 weeks off from producing anything. Okay? All of their manufacturing shuts down for 2 weeks. This impacts the globe. All right? This is huge. All because Chinese New Year. So not only this, we have another problem that has come up that was not originally what we thought was going to be a problem whenever I originally got my quote. And that is, Trump did not start talking about his tariff plan until like September or some shit. And immediately, as soon as he starts talking about these tariffs, everyone that's in production is like, oh, okay. So tariffs on what we're talking Russia, right? Like importing Russian goods, right? No, just the whole world, really, including China? Oh, okay. So if you all want to know how bad this is, okay, my original dice quote, I start having a conversation, and they say to expect as much as 20% to 100% of the original quote be added on to the import fees, doubling the price of the original quote after I had already gotten the money in from backers. I was, if you want to know why I hadn't really streamed a whole lot, I didn't know how to get online in front of a camera and not be fucking furious. And not just be like, I didn't know what the hell to do. I didn't know what the hell to do. I was like, well, I guess we would have to refund this, except that's out of our budget now too, because the money that we had ready to get spent on these dice was supposed to go out. The money that we had we had money that we spent on artists. The budget that we have now only accounts for getting this shit out the door, getting this made, getting it out the door. And now if we're going to start doubling quotes, this is whenever I start going to people and saying, hey, well, it's too expensive for me to refund. So I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't know. This is like, literally, this is one of those times where I'm like, I could do everything. Like, I could do everything in my power to try and do everything the right way. But one goddamn email throws a wrench in the entire plan. And I was like, honestly, you don't blame me. But that's the thing is, like, if I knew that, like, if this was a me major fuck up, I'd be like, you know what? I take out a personal loan, we correct this shit. Right? If I take out a personal loan of, like, 10 grand, we correct it. Because we don't know how expensive it will be, I don't know what the fuck to do. So luckily, something is supposedly working out, and this is kind of a, like, Hail Mary that is still up in the air, right? We're gonna see how this plays out, but if it plays out successfully, I would just say it will be a huge win for one of the companies involved with this whole smorgasbord. It will be a huge win. And not only because they will save themselves from fucking up something big with a YouTuber here, okay? But they will also have done a huge bro move on this thing. And, yeah. The other side effects is, like, I've tried to, I really, like, everything with the printer all seems to be fine. They haven't brought up concerns about the tariffs, so I'm not concerned. I really try not to worry until I'm given reason to worry. And since the printer has not told me anything that makes me start shitting my pants, I think we're doing okay. But this is just so that people knew that, like, whenever you're back and everything, everybody right now on the Kickstarter scene, everybody that's making anything with crowdfunding is fucking terrified because of what tariffs are talking about. Because what wound up happening is a lot of dipshits that thought that Trump was talking about charging these in order to punish foreign countries. No, you know what happened? All these companies just passed that cost off to the small business owners that now have to pay because Trump doesn't know what the fuck a tariff actually is. Like, yeah. So if the intent was to bring manufacturing back over here, those jobs aren't happening. It's just, it hasn't opened up yet. I posted about this the other day over on Blue Sky, and apparently, like, a lot of people really appreciated this. I'll say this, and then we're definitely gonna head out. Let me find this real quick. Oh my god. Where was this? It's the consumer who will pay for it, not the companies. Yeah, but here's the deal, right? Like, if I knew that this was an expense that was going to have to be accounted for in overhead, I would have included that onto the price of what it would have cost to make the dice. And, like, we could have figured that out, right? But because I've already taken the money for it, because of the way that crowdfunders work, right? Because of the way that I've had to take the money with how crowdfunders work, and now that I have the money in my account, and now they're telling me, actually, that money is worth less now. Yeah, It's a headache. It's a real fucking headache. So yeah, if anybody's ever like, Taron, how's things going with the Vagabond thing and all that stuff, I'm like, well, the dice thing is rough. Where was this? Yeah, as soon as I get the post, I'll bring it up over here. There's the itch.io day. I think this was... Okay, so there was Shadow Rim. Yeah, there was that post. Where the hell did I put this? Yeah, sorry. I'm looking. This got a lot of responses. And it seems like a lot of people really just generally agreed. God, this had so much activity, and now I can't find it. Dude, okay, hang on. Oh my god, why can I not find this? You're gonna take your time? Yeah. No, I definitely want to cover this. Oh. Okay. Yeah, there was this. There was another one I thought so too, but anyways. So, couple things are going on, and I think that I actually dropped some really useful advice to just about anybody thinking about being a TTRPG content creator. Here's what you need to know about plans that I know I'm personally making, and I've heard about other people making their plans regarding their, I guess whatever their business plan is going to be for the next 5 years. Here's what you need to know that I'm considering, okay? So first off, out of the most successful 100,000 plus raised crowdfunded TTRPG projects in 2023, 43 of 105 of those projects were 5th edition. In 2024, this has shrunk nearly 50% to 22 of 106. Wild times we're in, folks. Data is from Tabletop Analytics and compiled by MT Black. This comes directly from a website that gets all of this information from Kickstarter. Okay? Thank you for looking at your submission. It's helped you learn your... Oh, well, thank you so much, Tanya. So, like, this was all compiled by MT Black, but, like, this comes from a website whose entire deal is just tracking the success of different tabletop projects on Kickstarter, right? So, I said, if this post gets traction, I just want to say a few things. Number one, MT Black and I actually make more money when D&D is popular, as we're both DMs Guild creators. If you were watching earlier, I went into how much revenue I had actually made on the DMs Guild in the last, like, 15 days, and it's only, like, $250, right? As one of the larger creators that's over there on that website right now, if you want some perspective as to how much money you can make on there, look, that is... I haven't really uploaded much of anything over there in about probably coming up on 6 months. My last big thing was the Anthology of Heroes, actually right over there, right? But that's available in print. And like, guys, it's just D&D 5e is not getting a lot of sales, okay? I had other people, after I posted this, message me all this other stuff and say that all the data I have right here completely one-for-one scans with what their storefront sales are telling them right now. This is industry-wide. Just going to say it, okay? 2024 was one of the biggest years for new system development, and Shadowdark is rising as another super hackable core akin to Merkborg. This is happening. Shadowdark is picking up a lot of popularity, as what I think Kelsey did that a lot of people latched onto is the core resolution mechanic and damage structure is infinitely more approachable in Shadowdark than it is over in 5th edition. Objectively, that's true. It's easier math overall for Shadowdark. It's more intuitive, like... the damage structure is more intuitive. You roll, you have what's on the dice, you don't add anything to it. Very, very clean, very simple, okay? Shadowdark is also way more compatible with tons of material that's already written out there. Shadowdark has a very, very open license. Kelsey has been extremely generous with the license on Shadowdark, straight up just basically letting people completely reprint the rulebook in their own thing. I own one of those things over here, Shadow Rim. I did a video on this because it is that good. This would not have existed had her license been any more restrictive than it was. Did I port stuff to Shadowdark? Yes, I've already ported a bunch of my classes and stuff over. Haven't totally released that just yet, but yes, that it's a very easy system to write for. This data comes from Kickstarter and BackerKit. It's only crowdfunding and doesn't account for retail, drive-through RPG, or the DM's Guild. Okay. Now, I know I just said that this is industry-wide. I am going to just assume that that is also the way that it would track for retail. But I have not talked to a distributor. So, like, full transparency on that. I don't actually have a means to directly get those metrics. But I guess I could hit up, like, Steven Glicker and maybe see if, like, this doesn't also trend with that, right? With Drive-Thru RPG or the DM's Guild, I'm not sure, but I do definitely know that people aren't really picking up stuff over on the DM's Guild regarding D&D right now. Just the way I've seen it, okay? From my own sales and what I have heard from other 5e third-party publishers, this data tracks almost 1-for-1 with storefront sales. And this is off of, this is like Shopify, Squarespace, whatever you want to call it, okay? I don't know really what's happening on D&D Beyond. That could be a different anomaly. It could be that people are just looking at that as the one storefront where they're ever going to pick up Dungeons and Dragons material. And maybe in that case, the only data we're going to get on that is what Wizards of the Coast is going to drop to us. In which case, it's like, do we ever actually trust it? No idea. I'm going to... so, that's just me dropping the truth bomb of what we've seen, like, tracking for TTRPG projects, right? A couple of things to make note of here. Number one is that the fact that the products, like the overall projects, have shrunk for 5e, right? Notice that there's basically a 50% drop from 43 down to 22, but the number of projects that actually raised over $100,000, it only increased by 1, right? But, like, you know, it's here, right? This stayed about the same. I actually prefer that it stayed about the same because what it really shows right here is just that 5e dropped off and not anything else. Like, that's cool. That's interesting. The hobby is like seeing that 5e is receding in a way. Okay. This could also just be a blip in the data. There could be a bunch of different things going on with this. We could say the fact that they are releasing a new rule set causes it to drip right here, right? Okay, I get that. But this number should have also gone down if those were the cases, okay? This number is more telling to me than this number right here, is what I at least whenever I'm inferring this data. So what I think people could see is, like, I'm going to say, I think that if you're looking at making TTRPG stuff, you should consider a couple different licenses. Because I am who I am, and this is how I make my money, I'm going to immediately have to plug Vagabond here, because if I don't, certain people are going to be mad at me, including myself, okay? So, Vagabond, it is an open license. Woo! Right here, okay? Open license. If you want to hack with it, go for it. I'm still drafting up some more, like, formal stuff, but yes, I am trying to keep it as an open license. You will keep 100% of your revenue. All I ask that you do, like, hey, look, if you make some Nazi shit with it, I didn't make it, okay? Say that I didn't fucking make it, please, all right? I'm not responsible for the stupid shit you make with it, okay? I need a release of responsibility. You make what you're going to make with it, and I'm just going to say, I'm keeping my fingers out of your fucking pie, all right? Now, that's the same way that it works with Merkborg, same way that it works with Shadowdark, right? Look around. Look around. You should write for Vagabond, Shadowdark, and what else? There are a lot of systems that are keeping a 100% royalty open, like, kind of a deal for you right now, right? I believe OSEs is 100% open. Old School Essentials. Knaves is 100% open. There's so many. More people are actually 100% open than those that demand a royalty. So shop around, but you're gonna find a lot more open, like, easy hackerspace in the OSR than you're going to find in 5e or, like, Pathfinder. Okay. Also, I think Chaosium may be moving over towards the orc. I'm just going to say this as somebody who has talked to lawyers who were involved with writing the orc. I have been told from people who were in the room drafting the motherfucker not to use it. Okay? I am not a lawyer, but for people who are asking me why I didn't use the orc for Vagabond, it's because I talked to the people who wrote it, or I talked to some of the people who wrote it, and even they told me not to fucking use it. Okay? So, that's, yeah. Why would I do that whenever I can just do a release of responsibility and it's less worry overall about having to interpret a fucking legal document, right? I understand the guys that put it together really into Pathfinder and they're used to reading big fucking legal documents of books, but like, that's not what I'm into. Yeah, Chaosium is going into the orc as well. Yeah, I don't think that that's necessary. Yeah. Who made orc again? Azora Law. Can you quickly look at Pathfinder numbers, or would that just be too much work? Can I quickly look at Pathfinder numbers? You mean on what this would be over here? I can't pull that up right here. That would take a little bit more work to actually put together. Yeah. Paizo and their law firm. I think they hired Azora Law to form that. Now, yeah, for people who are wondering why I haven't put Vagabond into the orc, or why I would or would not use the orc, the big, long, and short of it is, my advice to anybody that's making anything, if it's going to require licensing, don't just blindly use a license that you do not understand 100%. And for the majority of things, look, you probably don't need to craft a license if you just say straight up, and by the way, your game will have more active people writing shit for it if you just do this instead, okay? And that is, do a release of responsibility. What I'm going to say, yeah, I'm doing a release of responsibility with Vagabond. And I'm going to say, you can make whatever shit you want to with this game, okay? If you want to make, like, your own setting and do whatever, I can't stop you. I don't want to. That's a headache. I don't want to hire lawyers. I don't want to go to court because some dipshit made a thing that, like, I disagree with. I'm like, no. Well, okay, that guy's an ass. But, like, I'm just going to say, put in your book, hey, this is not affiliated with Land of the Blind. Okay, this is not official. You put that in there. If you don't put it in there, then I'm coming after your ass. If it's something that I'm like, hey, we're snapping it down on this right now. And if people try to represent themselves as Land of the Blind, that's also a thing where I have to come in and say, yeah, we're stopping this. If someone wants to publish products and they use the Vagabond thing, I love it. I love that so much. But whenever you start trying to rep yourself as my company, right? If you start trying to associate that, like, hey, Taron Pounds made this, we're going to have a big problem. Right, and that's a whole other thing. I haven't had too many people actually try to do that, but I do also have control of the distribution. Like, I have the right to control how my product is distributed as well, and I do exercise that. If people have ever wondered why I take down shit from Scribd, it has nothing to do with the fact that they distribute Vagabond over there, right? It's the fact that they're making money off of it. It's the fact that Scribd is still charging you a subscription fee to access my motherfucking game. They are stealing my content and charging you to pirate my content. So Scribd can eat the fattest fucking dick. Yeah, no, Scribd can absolutely get fucked. I'm actually really shocked there's not a class action against them. However, if someone hears about one, let your boy know. I'd be more than happy to get involved with a class action against Scribd. I make my game for free, okay? If you're paying for Vagabond, you're paying for physical product, or you're paying for the big expanded core rulebook that has the bestiary and all that other shit, right? You're paying for 200 pages of material, original art, and all that other stuff. This, as a PDF, is free. But what I really appreciate having it out there for free is everybody's emails. So that they know, hey, if I want to go support the full rulebook, here's where I can go over and see that, right? Scrib seems shady. I guarantee you, if somebody were to actually do an investigation in the script, I promise you it is infinitely more fucking shady than just some dude on the computer that's hosting up pirated shit. The fact that they are trying to monetize pirated content, I guarantee you that should have somebody in handcuffs. There are a few things that piss me off as bad as that fucking website. Scribd is an abomination. And of course, I will go over there, and if somebody uploads Vagabond, I'm going to DMCA it for the simple matter of they're pirating my content, and they're charging people to download it. Where should you look to learn more about release of responsibility? I'm going to tell you straight up, release of responsibility, all it means is straight up, you just say, like you have to say in your product that I'm not responsible for your product being made. Okay? Boom. Land of the Blind is not affiliated with your product. This is in the Knave Core rulebook as well. That's all the way over there. Shit. I'll maybe talk about that more later. Okay. So let me wrap this up. This is my advice right here to anybody looking at getting into making content in the TTRPG scene. Okay. So I'm going to drop some advice and predictions for 2025 TTRPG content. Genuinely, this is how I do feel. This is not coming from a place of hating Wizards of the Coast, Hasbro, anything like that. This is just what I'm kind of forecasting as somebody that makes this. This is my day job. And by the way, I'm pretty fucking successful at my day job. Okay? So if you want to know what I'm thinking and you want to kind of guide that stuff around it or whatever, this is just my advice and what I'm kind of predicting the landscape is going to be. Of course, you are responsible for your financial decisions. This is just coming from somebody who I feel like I have my fingers in the fucking scene, all right? So, system neutral, rules light, and OSR content is getting popular. Familiarize yourself with Basic Expert or you're missing out on a huge growing market. For real, this is popping off. Okay? We have big, whenever we're talking about these TTRPG Kickstarters that are popping off like this, JP Coover just straight up got, I think it was $250,000 on Dragontown. Okay? Dragontown and The Darkness Below. Oh shit, I'm gonna fuck something up over here if I keep messing around with these books. Merkborg projects regularly raise over $100,000. Regularly. Shadowdark is now at the point where not only did the game raise over $1 million, we have hacks for Shadowdark that are raising over 100 mil or 100,000. 100 mil would be fucking wild. No, $100,000 raised. Right? It's not just that. It's not just that these games were successful in their own right. It's that they have made their own ecosystems that people are able to make jobs off of now, right? So Shadowdark has its own ecosystem now that it has been able to build out after its success, which is, holy shit, so big. Very few games, I think, have come along to actually do that. Some of those are like, if I were to say like people who have actually done that, Cairn has done that. I think a lot of people are supporting content made for Cairn. Not quite as much as Merkborg, though, which seems to have the most insanely, ridiculously huge growing like third-party brewer scene. And I think, so Cairn, Merkborg, you've got your Shadowdark. I don't really know what else. I think it's a pretty rare situation that we see that not only is the game successful, but people that are homebrewing for it are also successful. I have heard of people who are able to make a full-time job now making zines for Shadowdark. This is, like, if a game is successful, okay, like, if a game makes a lot of money on Kickstarter, that's one thing, okay? Flash in the pans happen all the time. How you determine if it's successful is if the people that are making supplementary content for it are successful. That means that it's had a cultural impact. And that's what we're seeing with Shadowdark right now. That's hard to do. That's really hard to do. Pele Nielsen and Johan Noor are the last two guys I can think of that did that. For real. Like, yeah. By the way, this also is like, you got to realize this is big because this applies to TTRPGs made by companies as well. And even Free League has not had this level of success. Paizo, kind of, but mostly because Steven Glicker is like socially so involved with everything going on for Roll for Combat that like they kind of handle themselves as a company, and I think that Roll for Combat is they might as well be like a Kobold Press is the kind of the way that I look at like what they're doing. They're already in the industry. Those guys are basically like a part of Paizo is the way that I would look at it, you know. I know that that's not actually how their business structure works, but yeah. The card games here, specifically non-trade card games, are struggling with those tariffs. It's gonna get wild. We're gonna see what happens. I am gonna talk about that a little bit though here in just a second. So system neutral, that this content is going to start booming. It already has done really well, but we're already seeing an appreciation for this stuff starting to take off. Okay. 2. D&D 3PP sales will continue to dwindle by another 20 to 30% from 2024. The only way we're gonna know about this, if this is true, is to see what Tabletop Analytics' results are like come December next year. Okay, but this is just the same amount that I have seen my sales keep going down every single year ever since the OGL situation. Immediately after the OGL situation, they went down by 75%. The next year, they went down by 50%. I'm estimating that they're probably going to dwindle by about another 20 to 30%. I am no longer banking on D&D third party being the thing that is paying my motherfucking bills, is the way to look at it, okay? If I'm not doing that, then I'm going to say to every amateur that's out there who isn't currently making money doing D&D content, you should not anticipate that that's going to be your reality in a year, okay? If you want to prove me wrong, go for it. But this is what I'm going off of right here, okay? Moving forward from there, depending on tariffs, international pricing for U.S. companies is about to become inviable. Number 3, depending on tariffs, international printing. There we go. Printing for U.S. companies is about to become unviable. However, the margins on zine-based content tend to be about 85 to 95%, even for a $10 zine. Woo! Let me show you what I mean there. 85 to 90%. Remember how I was saying that this book right here cost me about like $3 to make? That's because this is print on demand. Okay? This book is a print-on-demand zine that I got through Mixum. Mixum is a service that you can literally plug in a PDF file, and it will get you a zine printed in about 2 to 3 weeks. This is what JP Kubert does to print all of his stuff and ship it out, okay? Mixum is a huge asset. Please utilize them if you're interested in getting into this. But what this means is, what I can do here, the price that I would sell this at is going to be about $10. Now, here's the deal. If I get it for $3 and I sell it for $10, how much money did I make? Right? $7. So, in all reality, I only made about like 70% is my margin right there. Right? 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 Now, here's the thing. But Taron, you said 85 to 95%. You're right. I did. That's because this is through a print-on-demand service. If I'm using offset printing, like I do a print run of 500 of these motherfuckers through like London Pendragon or another US printer, I get these for 50 cents a motherfucking print. Holy shit. Okay? So if I get it for 50 cents a print and I sell it for $10 a zine, that means I'm making how much, class? $9.50 per book? Oh, okay. So, Taron, you mean that you can get your game into more people's hands for cheaper and make more money off of it per book? Yes, I can. Comparing this to an 8.5 by 11 hardback, okay, like the D&D tomes, right here, these are mostly pulling in about like, oh yeah, bulk ordering once you hit that threshold is amazing. Yeah. Right? I'm not lying about this. I could show you my quotes. I don't know if that would violate anything between me and London Pendragon. But I just want to let you guys know, like, I'm trying to be as transparent with that as I can, because I genuinely want to see this whole scene thrive, okay? You can do print on demand, and you can be happy making the, like, $7 a book, which is still good. That's still, you're making a profit, but, like, you could make more, you know? So, like, whenever I say, you know, if we're in the industry and we're looking at these kinds of sales figures, I'm looking at doing it as $10 a zine. Guys, like, I mean, Ben Milton charges $15. I know guys that are paying $25 to $30 for a zine. Like, $25 to $30 for a zine. If I was charging that, guys, if I was making $29.50 for every book that I sold, that is more money than Wizards of the Coast makes on a lot of their print sales. And I would be making that on a zine. I'm not doing that because I know that, like, hey, I got to still build my rep up. I've still got to build a company, right? And I also just kind of prefer to have a very cheap and accessible version of the game that, like, people can have as a, like, aha, this is in hand. I can give this to a friend and go buy another one, and it's on my doorstep tomorrow as a brand new, nice, crispy little smell good zine, right? So, look, learn to love 5.5 by 8.5. Or you're only shooting yourself in the foot. Straight up. This is why I'm saying you need to do this. The print margins on big, thick tomes are about to become completely unviable. We haven't even begun, like, by the way, this print margin right here that I'm talking about, this is before tariffs. Okay? So that's 65 to 75% is before we're starting to account for tariffs. And we know the printer, if you go through like a third-party publisher or anything like that, they are not going to pay that tariff. They are going to pass that off to you. You know, hey, Greg, hey, what's up? Oh, this makes my head hurt. Yeah, I know, right, buddy? Hey, I'm right there with you, brother. Hey, it's Greg Leatherman. But like, so Greg, you do like print on demand, like you hate it so much. Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely.
Is he in chat or is he on
Yeah,
voice?
he's Lysander.
Hello, gorgeous human. How are you?
Yeah, but see, I understand like going through just doing print on demand. Yeah, you print on it because there's no headache. The logistics side of it is like you don't have to worry about it. I get it 110%. He says hi. No, dude, I feel you 100%. Like, I would absolutely, if I could just put it up in my store and be like, I never have to handle the better streamer, Amanda. Fuck you.
Who says that?
It's Tanya. No,
I don't want to. Tanya.
If I could just not have to worry about my logistics, oh my god, I'd be so much happier. But yeah, worldwide distribution and everything. I absolutely understand why people just go through DriveThruRPG and they're like, look, I will give up the 30% to not have to handle that. I understand that. Absolutely. And especially with dealing with organizing fulfillment right now, not having to deal with VAT, value-added tax. Boy, if you thought that your head was already hurting because of this stuff right here, if I start talking about value-added tax, some of y'all are gonna feel like this shit is rocket science. I mean, Glitter Hearts is its own thing with Japanime games. Oh yeah, that's true. And dealing with the printing is still frustrating. Yeah. I mean, they give you conrep too, though, right? Like that's the other like real big to people who don't really know in chat. So this is Greg Leatherman. Greg Leatherman wrote Glitter Hearts and Mystery Business. Jeez. So Greg Leatherman's another game designer. But so Greg, Japanime also gives you con rep, right? Like they have like booth rep and everything for you. Or because like that's what I had been told in an offer that I got on Vagabond. But the rest of the offer felt a little bit odd, and I was like, I'm gonna hold off on that. But that did seem like a pretty big, yeah. Like we probably need a third printing, but also with tariff looming, I don't know what we're gonna do. So they are printing internationally. Yeah, they sell it at the cons. Yeah, okay. That is really big. Once it was explained to me how much power con presence was, holy hell. I was like, yeah, no wonder everyone drops like 10K for a booth. What? Oh man. Yeah, so if they're printing everything internationally, like I mean, have you got like I guess without detracting from like this, but like man, I mean, I'm going with an American printer right now on Vagabond, and like I can still afford this, but yeah, at PAX U, GH was gone before I got there on Friday afternoon. Glitter Hearts was gone before you got there on Friday afternoon. Holy shit. Yeah, guys, like this is the other big deal. Like for me, like with where Vagabond's at right now, people have asked if like, hey, don't you want to get this off to like a publisher or whatever to handle that for you? I would love to. I would absolutely love to, because of stuff like this right here, right? I would love to be able to have a publisher that was like, hey, you can't make it to PAX? Guess what? We're still selling your book there, right? And guess what? You don't have to be there. Here's $2,000 that we made at the convention. You go do your thing, right? That's huge. That is other people that this is worth it for you to give a part of the license out, to license the game out for other people to sell the game for you. Because it's money you don't have to work to make, is the way that I look at it, but yeah, I was told like I was offered con rep, European fulfillment, and all this other stuff, but like it was only with like an 8% royalty on every single book sale. And I was like, I get it, but you're trying to think of wait, you've been thinking of trying to send Mystery Business through Indie Press Revolution, but they didn't do publishing. They don't do publishing. Yeah, they just like, you have to get the thing made and then they will handle fulfillment for you, right? Like they are like DriveThruRPG, but they have other perks to it as well. Only they won't actually print the book for you. Like they won't handle any of that, from what I understand, right? You need to find a local printer and pay a bunch of stuff to get the books and get it, store it somewhere else. Yeah, that's basically where I'm at. I'm gonna get like, yeah, okay, yeah. I was gonna just do an order of like 1,000 books of the Vagabond Core rulebook and just start getting it out to like, Indie Press Revolution, all that stuff. Anyways, good to have you in chat, because you can also weigh in on some of this stuff as I'm going through here. But basically, yes, to people who are asking, learn to love zines. This is also a really easy format to make stuff for. And like people aren't expecting you to make like a 300-page book with a zine. Okay? They're expecting like maybe 16 pages, as high as like 60. If you guys saw Mothership, I think Mothership fulfilled for like it funded for like 2 mil. I might be wrong on that, but like it's a zine. 1,000 books at a print shop is like thousands of dollars. Yeah, the print run, at least my overhead that I'm looking at for the Vagabond Core rulebook, it's, yeah. It is Not cheap. But the zine runs are so much more affordable. And you can do them at smaller scale. And it's not going to absolutely break the bank. Like, you can take out a personal loan that you pay off in like 3 months to do an entire print run of zines. It's not bad. I think the format is so good. I forgot Mystery Business. How big was the final file or the final page count on that? It came in at like right under 100, right? Hitting that threshold is tough, but once it's there, objectively more than worth it. Yeah. Yeah, but that's, you know, if you get those sales, right? If you get that backing, yeah. What's the best way for nobody to build their brands, make stuff for other systems? You're going to have to build small. Yeah, zine. I was talking about the overhead on zines earlier. Mystery Business was like 104. I wonder if there wouldn't be a way to bring that under like 80 to do it as a zine format. I think you could. I think you could. Like, I actually thought that the softcover version of it, like, made Drive-Thru-RPG's printing look fantastic, which is like, dude, that's a feat in and of itself. Titania had lucky connections. Make something really good to start with as tiny as possible. Well, but okay, wait, have lucky connections. Hang on. So I mean, I have friends that work in the TTRPG scene now, but that's the thing is like, I made those connections genuinely, right? I made those connections as like people I got to know. This is one thing I've heard people talk about, like trying to leverage networking and stuff, and I'm like, this feels odd. I feel like a lot of people say this stuff, and it's very transparent whenever you go up and you interact with people like this, right? You're working on the next one full steam, so swing back to Mystery Business later. Ah, right on. So like, yeah, don't you don't mean have industry insiders for your project? You were just good friends with a lot of cool artists. Yeah, I mean, you know, so okay, building up these relationships. Sometimes going to a convention can help, but I will say the thing that happens with a convention is I am going to have a different experience with going to a convention than most people are. And what I mean by that is like, hey, whenever I went to Gen Con, 3 weeks before I even showed up to Gen Con, I got an invite to a private party with the Dungeon Dudes. That is not the experience that most people are going to have. Okay. The night that we showed up, Ted from Nerd Immersion invited me, Dungeon Dad, and Sarah from the Hype Goblin over to the Marriott Hotel for a private party with, it was in the lounge. It was a party with Cobalt Press. That is not the experience that a lot of people are going to have in the TTRPG era. If you're a TTRPG fan, you know, if you're a smaller creator, that's just not what. So the things that work for me aren't necessarily always going to work for somebody else. But I will say, I would not have expected any of that, had I not worked for 5 years to get to where I was. Does that make sense? Like, I had that stuff, but I had worked to get there, you know. And the networking, the all that stuff. So I understand networking, but the thing is, like, I don't consider the relationships I built up with people to be like, I only got to know this person because of their connections. I only got to know this person because of what they can do for me. That's selfish. That's manipulative. And that's not really the way that I think of it. Honestly, the best night, your first Gen Con in 2016 versus your Gen Con now are vastly different. Oh yeah, Greg, my favorite night, like, no lie, my favorite night of Gen Con 2023 was not the night that we all went to like Dungeon Dudes like party at 16-bit. It was the night that you, me, Ted, Sarah, LB, and like Amanda, Mallory were all in that like empty ass hotel ballroom like playtesting your game. That was just so much more like oh, what a small little like weird hobby we're a part of, huh? There was just something so cool about that. Like, let's get Taco Bell, and like, yeah, we're not gonna go out and get like super fancy dinner. We're not out getting drunk and wasted. We're just like, hold up in this like empty ass ballroom. What is his game? So Greg has made Glitter Hearts, the mystery business, and then there's another game I know that Greg is working on and that's what we were playing there. If Greg wants to say what that was, I'll let Greg do that. It was so fun. Yes, oh man, that was a blast. But yeah, so like whenever I say these experiences and stuff like that, this networking, I do not get into it like I'm not getting into a relationship whenever I'm like networking with somebody. That is different. You can say in February, oh hell yeah, congrats. Okay, so like I try to genuinely form friendships and like get to know people, right? Because if I don't, and it's just like, hey, you're Will from D&D Shorts, can you shout me out in your next video? That's weird. That is super weird. Like, if I get to know Will, right, and I get to know Will or whatever, I've got a project that's coming up, whatever, but like, we're seeing what each other is doing, because like we're all creatives that are working in this scene, and it's like we like lifting each other up. So like, yeah, if someone's got something going on, or like, I've got people that are here like in my chat or whatever, they're clearly into TTRPGs, and I've got a little bit of reach. If I can throw someone a shout out or do something like that, I'm gonna try to do it, right? And that's just, we like building each other up, whereas if someone is leveraging, hey man, remember that thing I did for you? I need you to now give me a shout out and your clout on the money I'm trying to raise. That's very weird. That's not how you do this. Okay. Actual friends who happen to do that stuff will just do that because you're friends. So that's an important. Yeah. That's the thing is like, Antonio from Pointy Hat. I did not ask Antonio for an ad spot. Anything. Antonio knew, because we met each other at Gen Con 2 years ago, and like we had a blast, and we liked each other. Antonio asked me if I would help out with Kraken Week and do my video. Boom, I did that. Right. It's fun. We got to make content. That was fun. And then whenever he found out that I was doing Vagabond stuff, he just offered. He offered to give it a shout out. Wound up pulling in like $2,000. $2,000 in backers just because Antonio plugged it over on Twitter. Just because he was like, hey man, like, what can I do to help out? Right? Awesome. Like, and again, none of that is a transactional thing. It's not like, this was not a business transaction, right? This was just literally like, we met each other. We both like making stuff. And like, yeah, we shout each other shit out. Like, that's just, it's genuinely making friendships. And like, that's what creatives do whenever they are friends with other creatives. It's nothing sinister. It's like, yeah. So don't act like you're Patrick Bateman. What? So kind of going up from there. So here is where we get into some of the like upcoming stuff. We're kind of into unfamiliar territory. So I want everyone to know straight up, like, we don't know this is going to happen for sure. It's just what Trump has said he's going to do. But I mean, we lived through one Trump administration where he said something and did something entirely different. So I don't know. I don't know. So anyways, number 4, if tariffs pass, the first US-based manufacturer that starts making dice, screens, miniatures, boxes, and books all in the US is set to become insanely powerful in the industry, as the charges I've gotten thrown my way for Chinese manufacturing swung as drastically as 20 to 100%. I told you guys this about the story with the dice for Vagabond earlier on. In some ways, I don't 100% blame the manufacturer on the reason why this is getting kind of screwy, but at the same time, I didn't know that they were using a Chinese manufacturer. I actually thought that everything was made here in the States. So now we're suddenly hitting this moment where, like, well, because tariffs are about to be a thing, they had to come forward and say, hey, the dice are actually made in China. Now we don't know really what to do about these tariffs, this tariff situation right now. And so this is causing a headache. Again, I know that I'm fulfilling a Kickstarter, and I might have some hiccups here with this. That's the explanation there. But please, to other TTRPG creators, I talked to Bob Worldbuilder the other day. Bob's trying to make some plans in dealing with this. This is impacting the entire industry. So give crowdfunders a little bit of patience on this. 5. I say this to highlight. These are the conditions in which independent bespoke content can thrive. Large-scale international manufacturing might take a hit. It's on you to use that to your advantage and fill the hole I'm predicting will be left behind in this ecosystem. Right? Bob's making stuff. Yeah, the Delve Kickstarter. That already. Yeah. American-made stuff is going to be tough because it's naturally more expensive to do anything here. Yes, I think if somebody is able to rival that, like, as far as dice, I have no idea. I don't know of an American dice manufacturer. I originally thought that my manufacturer was American. So, like, now to find out that, like, no, actually we were importing that stuff from China and just not saying it. I'm like, okay, cool. Screens. Like, I can get the screens made here in America because it turns out my printer that makes the books also makes DM screens. Had no idea. They randomly brought that up in one of the quotes and they were like, hey, we can also do this. Cool. Miniatures. I'm going to make a prediction right now. I bet you Reaper Bones is already looking at tariffs, and they are probably already trying to get ready to capitalize on this so hard. If somebody at Reaper is not immediately trying to prep how they can capitalize on also getting dice, screens, boxes, and basically become a major supplier, Reaper's missing out on becoming a potentially $1 billion business. For real. The fact that they can make miniatures is huge. The only leverage that other companies had is that they were overseas and able to do it cheaper. Now that we can't, yeah, Reaper is made in-house already. That's what I'm saying. They're in Denton, Texas. Yeah, they're in Denton, Texas. And they can make custom minis for, like, fucking nothing. They do this every single day. And, like, if I can just go to Denton, guys, that's like a 10-hour drive for me. I don't have to pay shipping. I can save on shipping, not have to pay $3,000 to get these minis to my house, and all I got to do is go pick it up over there. Guys, if it's more expensive to do that stuff here in America, I offset the cost by not having to pay for shipping. I'll go get a goddamn U-Haul. You know, like, I'll go get it myself, you know? I think Reaper could be in a position to be one of the most influential, if not, like, the biggest, like, manufacturer in the TTRPG scene coming up here soon. I don't know what their revenue's like. I don't know any of that other stuff, but I do know they are one of the only purely US-based resin miniature manufacturers, sculptors, everything handled in-house. Have I contacted Reaper? I haven't had a reason to. If they ever wanted to talk, like, I'd love to go to ReaperCon, you know, and just, like, it's in Denton, Texas. Denton's a cool city. I went there for a jazz camp years ago. Yeah, like, if they ever wanted to talk, hell, if I ever got to work for Reaper, I wouldn't want to move to Texas. No, I wouldn't want to move to Texas. If it were, like, remote work, I'd be happy to work with them and, like, fly into Denton, like, once a month or something. But, like, I wouldn't want to move to Denton. What about 3D printing? Do you think that could be a major shaker for the minis? It already has been. That's the deal, is like 3D printing has been here. People have gotten used to it, right? But 3D printing to scale. Think about that. 3D printing to scale for fulfilling a Kickstarter. You can't do that out of your mom's garage. All right? Like 3D printing is not going to be able to handle like fulfilling, usually for like big successful TTRPG stuff. If you have 10,000 backers, that is a fucking blowout. If you have like even 1,000 backers, that's really, really damn good. You've probably made, if you have like 1,000 backers, you've probably made around $100,000 in this scene. Now, if you're trying to make 1,000 orders worth of miniatures, you're not doing that on like one 3D printer. That's not the kind of thing that like an individual can really do. Even if you have like a production kind of going on of like you and your buddies doing this on 5 machines, I'm betting that would probably take like, that's got to take months to figure out. Also 3D printed minis, they're cheap, but that means that they break a lot easier. 3D printed minis do not stay together. They fucking snap over nothing. However, Reaper has been basically sticking with resin printing this entire time, and they've only been like reiterating on their new resin. Reaper Bones was like, they got like a lot more fine detail, etc., etc. You know, people that own print farms, but they take up space. Yeah, that's the other thing. But like, think about that. Like, they own a print farm. You have to have a farm to do that. You have to have a print farm. If we're talking about the solo guy, which is how most of us do the manufacturing, right? So like, here's me, and if I am doing a Kickstarter, and I'm like, we want to do custom minis with it. Okay, I am not setting up 20 resin printers to print my miniature line. I'm going to contact somebody with a company, and they can make resin minis or plastic minis for pennies on the dollar, right? And then like, I usually work out a deal with them where it's like, hey, you guys get to keep the molds of the stuff that you sculpt. I get this for the set. There's an exclusivity thing for like 2 years, and then after that, you guys print that mold as you would like to, etc., etc. We will move on, right? It makes sense. Yeah, it's 3D printing makes it really easy for you to make like very custom stuff you want to make. That's cool. I think that's great. But doing big manufacturing for a big quantity in an order, that's so much better handled by manufacturing. So like 3D printing at home, that's not manufacturing. Whenever you have like a line and you see some machine that looks like if you put your hand in the wrong spot, you're going to lose it. That's the kind of scale you need. Okay. So my quotes, whenever I've gotten quotes that have tried to factor in what they're trying to predict for these tariffs, it has been as much as double the price of the product. Double the price of the quote. That's how hard we're talking about getting hit. Okay. 5. I say all this to highlight, these are the conditions in which independent bespoke content can thrive. Large-scale international manufacturing might take a hit. It's on you to use that to your advantage and fill the hole I'm predicting will be left behind in this ecosystem. This right here. I have a hope that, like, because, like, I work best whenever I have my hands tied behind my back. Now, what I mean by that is I work best whenever I am in a creative restriction. Okay. I think the most interesting times that I made my best material have been whenever I had a restriction put down. Like whenever I'm practicing on guitar. Yeah. One of my favorite exercises in becoming a better improviser, and improvising is whenever you're making stuff up in music, right? So one of the best things that helps you to become a more melodic improviser is like on guitar, you have to play a solo, but you play it on one string. Woof. Oh, I can't change strings. oh, that means all the chord shape or all the scale shapes I ever learned, coming up, I can't really use all that. But like, oh, okay, wait, I know what these notes are like here on this one string, so maybe I can tie together. Oh, okay, 3 5 7 6 5. Oh, okay, wait, I can hear a melody forming, right? Aha, bingo, bango. Suddenly, we have something that is making us get a bit more creative about how we make a melody, right? These are literally creative exercises. So, in this instance, I think that, at least the way that I'm seeing it, international manufacturing is if the tariffs go through, we may see a huge shift in the way that we have to reconsider, like, how we make products for the TTRPG scene, especially as independent creators. But this means that we can thrive in this scene. One of the things that we know is if this shit is going to start to get so expensive that we can't make the big goddamn tomes, I'm going to say straight up, the Rules Light stuff hasn't been making tomes for years. Like, they have been not doing that for longer than they ever were doing that. So, if it's easier for them to make that content, and like they're good at making that content, they're going to continue making that content. And everybody else has got to get on the boat. Like, I think that this is the way that this is going to go until we see that there is a cheap American manufacturer that can do hardback printing and can do it at the price that compares to like, or can outpace like Lithuania. That's the one that like Lithuania printers are the ones that do like free league stuff. It's called Standard Impressa. Standard Impressa does like, I want to say they even did Shadowdark. I could be wrong on that. I think that they're now doing old school essentials stuff. They're doing a lot of free league stuff, but Lithuania has been like the big high quality printer that a lot of people have used. It's also been pretty cheap and all that, but an American printer is going to have to really come up that can compete here. I know that I took a little bit of a hit on the quote for printing Vagabond because I wanted to use an American printer, because I wanted to just be able to go and drive to the factory if I needed to go and get this stuff. And now that I have done that, and now that I have seen it, I'm way happier at the end of the day. It might have been a little bit more expensive, but I'm not having to deal with the headaches of having ships, or having a ship, I don't know, stuck somewhere out in the ocean that can't get stuff to me unless I pay $2,000 to somebody, right? So I think that there is a way for a company to step in that can provide the service of cheaper American manufacturing. One of the other things is part of the reason why Chinese manufacturing has been so cheap is their really lenient labor laws. So, like, this is kind of another thing where, like, yeah, we've all been using Chinese manufacturing, and, like, maybe it is time we finally, like, we finally stop that for a couple different reasons, right? I mean, you know, yeah. So my big tips, my final things, and then I'm gonna clock out and we're gonna go to see some of our buddies at the bar. My big things here at the very end: learn Affinity Publisher. The reason I say Affinity Publisher and not Adobe is definitely pricing itself out of relevancy. People are getting dog shit tired of everything Adobe keeps trying to throw at us with AI, trying to make claims of ownership over people's stuff that they make in their software so that they want to train their AI models more. Adobe is a subscription service that is extremely expensive. However, Affinity Publisher, on the other hand, is a one-time fee of like around $200. And the really, really funny thing is, if you want to get Affinity Publisher on the cheap, all you got to do is wait for Adobe to inevitably fuck up again, and Affinity Publisher is going to do one of those conveniently timed sales, and you can get the whole suite for like $40. Okay? So, wait for Adobe stock price to start rising. Some C-suite is going to get caught I don't know, mailing his dick out to his employees, and then Affinity Publisher is going to go on sale. It's the cycle of graphic design, okay? So wait for that to happen. And I say Affinity Publisher because not only is it cheaper, not only do you, the subscription service and all this other stuff, genuinely, because of how Adobe keeps fucking up their updates, I genuinely believe Affinity Publisher is more powerful at this point. I have had Affinity Publisher save projects I thought were doomed. Affinity is one of the only pieces of software that can take a PDF, you plug into it, and extract the assets, the art assets from that are embedded into the PDF, and allow you to use those in other software. Adobe can't figure that out for some fucking reason. No idea. Adobe cannot figure out how to take an image and extract it from the PDF. They made the format. How the fuck? Like, I don't, oh my god. Adobe is banging rocks together still at this point. They are waiting for the cyborg to come along and save their fucking company. So, Affinity Publisher, I really recommend it. I am going to be learning. I know how to use Affinity Publisher. I'm going to be trying to learn how to use it and the capacity of making it my mainstay for layout. But I can't really do that until I'm done with Vagabond stuff. Once I'm done with Vagabond and I have that stuff printed and I have a print line out, I'm switching over to Affinity. At that point, I'm canceling Adobe. Guys, that winds up saving me around $130 a month, which comes out to about like it comes out to around like $2,000 at the end of the year. I thought they purchased Photoshop. Adobe made Photoshop. Wait, yeah, the workspaces thing so quickly to switch between the software is great as well. Yes, I think that Affinity Publisher, like, I have used I started really falling in love with Affinity once I found out that you can extract assets from PDFs in Affinity. And I was like, okay, this is a great tool for doing that. But it's basically my tool that I use for doing that. And I'm still using InDesign for everything else. It's one of those things, right, where like something becomes a crutch and then eventually something comes along that it's like, hey, you want to ride this bicycle? And it's like, yeah, but this leg never really built up that muscle again. And yeah. So I think it's a better product. I think it's a more ethical product. And Affinity seems like a way cooler company. Adobe is doing a bunch of overreach that genuinely has me concerned about the competence of their CEOs, I guess is what I would say. Another little really fun trick, by the way, something that we all learned and we all kind of share, hey, it's that time of year. So for those of you that don't know, here's a little fun fucking cheat code for Adobe products. Adobe doesn't seem to have customer retention, or they used to at one point, and then some fucking dipshit thought it would be really funny to automate their customer retention department. And so what that means is, in automating it, you can begin to cancel your Adobe subscription. And because it's automated, that will automatically offer you a discount for the entire year of about $30 per month. And you can do this on every subscription you have with Adobe. So whenever you see that like Adobe goes for like $60 a month for the Creative Cloud, guys, I've been paying $30 a month since like 2019. Whenever you see that like all these products on Adobe are going for like, you know, whatever it is, guys, you can get them on the cheap. It's just that you have to begin to start canceling your, you have to remember to do this every year, or else you just roll over and you start paying the original fee. But then that's just your yearly reminder. Hey, it's time for me to threaten Adobe to cancel. And then they offer you the rate that they know that they can afford to give you. They just upcharge you anyways because fuck Adobe, you know. I'm waiting for the John Oliver bit on Adobe. Holy shit. Last week tonight, please, John Oliver. I guarantee if you dig into Adobe, there's got to be some hilarious shit in there. God damn. But yeah, I really recommend Affinity Publisher. I think it's genuinely more powerful. We just, unfortunately, like herpes, we feel like we're stuck with Adobe for life. We're working on getting rid of it. Research zines. I recommended the format earlier. I saw someone in Twitch that was actually asking, sorry if I missed something, but can I ask what the difference between a zine and a book is, if there is one? Here's a zine. Here's a book. Let me get into big screen. Whoop. Okay, big camera. This is a book. Right? We know what a book is. Right? Big book. I throw this at somebody. It hurt them, right? Here's a zine. A zine, typically staple-bound softback, okay? Usually under 60 pages, because if you have any more, this, you can't really put it into signatures. Signatures are groupings of pages like this right here, right? So this is a zine. You can print these on the cheap, and typically people really, really prefer them, especially in the OSR, because they're light. You can put a bunch of these in a bag, and you have tons of adventures to run instead of one. So if you go to a convention, these things are just incredible. These are the ones that I make right here. I'm still working on some other stuff right now. Here's one I just picked up the other day. Boop, boop. All right, this is a bunch of artists getting together to, like, collaborate on one really cool adventure. Yeah, I really love the zine format. God, I love this print, too. That paper texture is really nice. Originally, the old school modules were just big zines. That's what I would say. Other parts of this, and then we are definitely heading out to the bar. Be happier making short form content rather than the big epic tomes like Dungeons and Dragons have brainwashed us into thinking are the only thing that can be successful. Here you go. Waking of Willoughby Hall. This is like 30 pages. And this is one of the most, like, recommended adventures. Yeah, this keeps getting brought up all the time as, like, one of the recommended adventures for people looking at getting out of 5e modules. Or even if you are playing 5e modules, this one's easy to convert, okay? The Cursed Scrolls are all hex crawls made for Shadowdark in a zine, and I think they're all like 40 pages. Do more with less, okay? If I get a book, I heard this term whenever I was researching something on Zweihander. So there's a term called a fuck off book, okay? And it's whenever you get a book, like a game book, that your DM goes, hey, we're going to play this on Saturday. And if the sound that it makes when they set it on the table makes you go, oh, fuck off. There you go. You got a fuck off book. So fuck off books. If something is so dense, we've kind of done this thing where we were like, hey, we've made books so big that, like, we started to make games less accessible. So, like, people have started to realize that, and they're cutting stuff back. And this is why, if you start to look at, like, what they're doing with OSE, Old School Essentials, Cairn, Knave, Shadowdark, what I'm doing with Vagabond, a lot of us are trying to move over into, let's do more with less, and cut back on how we need to express rooms. You can go and check out some of the adventures that I've written to kind of get a feel for the format. I would recommend looking at the Iron Coral from Into the Odd, or Wrought Black Sludge from Merkborg, if you want to see a really good example of that format and everything. However, I can feel my throat getting shot right now, and yeah, so with that, I'll probably clip this because I think that's actually a pretty good one to make as a clip. Basically, it's like this, guys. I think that the format is changing. I am predicting in 2025 that not only is D&D going to continue to keep slipping, I genuinely think that we're about to see the rise of more of the system light, or sorry, the rules light, system neutral content. If we're just talking about D20 Dragon games, right? if we're just talking about D20 Dragon games, I think that this is where we're going to see a lot of people move. And guys, Shadowdark is a thing that's going to stick. Like, this thing it's going to have staying power. May not see that happen with I mean, shit, I'll even say may not see that happen with Vagabond. I'm going to keep making stuff work because I love running it and playing it. May not see that happen with I don't know what's going to happen with MCDM stuff. I don't know what's going to happen with Daggerheart. I don't know what's going to happen with any of the other games that are out there. I don't know what their dedication is to continue to support that stuff. I do know I have seen 2 of those companies go over and immediately start working with Wizards of the Coast again after all the OGL snafu. But you know what? Like, you know. But I will say that if you are interested in becoming a creator right now, check out systems for what their licenses include, okay? If it's a release of responsibility like you get with Shadowdark, Vagabond, or Morkborg, really start to learn to love it. 5e's license is so restrictive. Even operating under the OGL, they continue to try to keep their hands in the fucking cookie jar, okay? So, try to get away from 5e. If you really like 5e, you want to continue making for it, you keep doing you. You keep doing you. I had this talk with Pointy Hat the other day. Actually, no, wait, that was this morning. I had this talk with Pointy Hat this morning. And I was like, yeah, you know, I really genuinely love Vagabond. I love writing stuff in the OSR. And he was like, I know it, but I just really like writing stuff for 5e. And I was like, cool. Like, yeah, I'm not trying to be out here convincing you, but like, if we're having this talk, you know, whatever. He genuinely likes 5th edition. He likes it as a system. That's fine. That's fine. He wants to continue writing for it. He does him, you know. What I love is the fact that we all have a variety of options now that we can write for. And check that out. If you are a creative, you want to get out there and keep writing stuff, check out the licenses, make sure it's all what you want it to be, yada, 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 right? Again, is this financial advice? Look, this is just my observations as somebody who's been working in the TTRPG scene. It's only financial advice in that I'm trying to give you tips. I'm trying to give you tips for, like, what you can do in this scene. So, like, all that financial advice with your taxes and all that stuff, that's a whole other deal. People keep telling me to cover my ass with any disclaimers and shit like that at the end of videos. So, yeah, anyways, look, at the end of the day, I'm a moron who makes stuff for TTRPGs. So, but, anyways, with that one, hey, thank you all so much for hanging out. I'm gonna go get a drink. How to get financial stability slowly. Yeah, work on your credit. Yeah, that's the one thing I'm gonna advise. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Hey, I know we all really wanted socialism to win. Okay. My best piece of advice that I could get to people right now about that stuff is to really start looking into how to build your credit. I don't think that we're necessarily just going to win out on, like, more socialist policies by, like, you know, continuing to be upset and complaining about Trump over on social media. The one thing I'm going to recommend, especially if you're in your 20s, you got to get started on this early. Please look into building your credit, because I don't think that this problem is going to go away in the next 4 years. So look into building your credit if you want to get a house. Be very careful about student loans that you take out. Okay. And vote locally. Hey, there you go. All right. Anyways, everybody have a good night. We're going to go hang out. And, yeah, leave you all with that. I will see you all very, very soon. We'll do another consult stream here very soon. And, yeah, this was fun. And, I will see you all later. I hate that. I can't let that be the thing. Hang on. I'll see you all later on. Okay. That feels weird. I hate that voice crack happened. I don't know how